Hey guys, tonight we are embarking on something special. A full 2-hour journey through the actual construction of medieval castles. Before we begin tonight's journey, take a moment to settle yourself comfortably. Adjust your pillow. Pull your blanket a little higher. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears. We have time. All the time you need. Picture this scene with me. It is the year 1250. Dawn breaks over a limestone quarry in the English countryside. The air is cold enough to see your breath. 20 men stand at the base of a white cliff face, their hands already rough and calloused before the day even begins. They hold iron wedges, wooden mallets, and lengths of rope. Behind them, ox carts wait empty. Above them, a castle is being born stone by stone, and these men will spend the next decade of their lives feeding that hungry construction site. So before you get comfortable, and I mean really comfortable because we are in for the long haul, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your location and what time it is there. I see you. 3 a.m. squad. For those using this for sleep, I have designed the pacing to gradually slow over our 2 hours together. Hour 1 will keep you engaged, and by hour 2, well, sweet dreams. Now dim those lights. Set your sleep timer if you are wise. Maybe turn on that fan for white noise. And let us ease into tonight's marathon journey together. You stand at that quarry face in the early morning light. The master quarryman walks along the exposed stone, running his fingers across the surface. He is looking for flaws, for cracks, for the natural grain of the rock. This man cannot read or write, but he can read stone like a scholar reads Latin. His father was a quarryman. His grandfather was a quarryman. The knowledge flows through generations, passed from calloused hand to calloused hand. The first task of the day is called sounding the stone. Workers tap along the cliff face with small hammers, listening to the tone. A clear ring means solid stone. A dull thud means a hidden crack, or sheet spot. You watch as they mark the good sections with chalk dust, drawing lines that only they can interpret. These marks will guide the day's cutting. Medieval quarrying is not about brute force. It is about understanding where the stone wants to break. The quarryman studies the bedding planes, the natural layers formed when this limestone was ancient seabed millions of years ago. He looks for vertical joints where water has slowly worked its way through the rock over centuries. These weaknesses become tools in knowing hands. The workers begin by drilling holes along the intended break line. They use iron jumper bits, pounding them with hammers to chip away stone dust. Each hole must be perfectly straight, angled just right to follow the grain. You hear the rhythmic clang of metal on metal, echoing off the quarry walls. Clang, 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 a steady beat that will continue for hours. Some men drill, while others clear away the stone dust with small brushes made from stiff bristles. When the holes are deep enough, usually about 1 foot into the stone, the wedging begins. Workers drive iron wedges into the holes, tapping them gently at first. The trick is to apply even pressure across all the wedges simultaneously. Too much force on one wedge, and the stone breaks wrong, creating useless rubble instead of building blocks. You watch as 3 men work in synchronized rhythm, each tapping their wedge in turn, slowly increasing the pressure. The stone resists. It has sat in this cliff for millions of years and does not surrender easily. More taps, more pressure. The wedges sink deeper. Then you hear it, a sound like a great sigh, a crack running through the stone. The workers step back. A massive block, weighing perhaps 2 tons, separates from the cliff face. It tilts forward slowly, held by the workers with ropes, lowered to the ground with careful control. This is just one block. The castle being built 5 miles away will require approximately 60,000 such blocks. You do the math in your head, even though these medieval workers cannot. 60,000 blocks, each one demanding this same careful process, each one requiring drilling, wedging, breaking, shaping, and transport. The scale becomes almost incomprehensible. But the workers do not think about 60,000 blocks. They think about today's quota, usually 5 or 6 large blocks per team. They think about the evening meal. They think about whether their backs will hold up for another season of this work. Grand visions are for lords and architects. These men deal in an immediate, tangible stone. Once a block is freed from the quarry face, the rough shaping begins. Workers use broad chisels called boasters to knock off the most obvious irregularities. Chunks of stone fly with each hammer blow. The goal is not precision yet, just to reduce weight for transport. Every pound removed here is one less pound the oxen must haul up the hill to the castle site. You notice the younger workers, boys really, maybe 13 or 14 years old. They gather the stone chips in baskets, sorting them by size. Nothing is wasted. Large chips will become hearthstones or paving. Medium chips will be crushed into aggregate for mortar. Even the dust has value, mixed with lime to create smoothing compounds. The master quarryman marks each roughed block with his personal symbol, a simple cross with a circle. This mark means he vouches for the quality of this stone. If the block proves flawed after transport, cracking during final shaping, or failing under load in the wall, his reputation suffers. In a world without written contracts or quality certificates, these simple marks carry the weight of a man's entire career. By mid-morning, 6 blocks rest on the quarry floor, each approximately 4 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 2 feet thick. These dimensions are not arbitrary. They represent the maximum size a team of oxen can haul up a hill, the maximum weight 4 men can maneuver with levers and rollers, and the minimum size that provides structural value in a castle wall. Centuries of experience are encoded in these measurements. The loading process requires its own expertise. Workers slide thick oak planks under each block, creating a crude sled. They coat the underside of these planks with rendered animal fat, medieval lubricant that reduces friction. The blocks are then winched onto low carts with wheels as tall as a man's waist. These wheels are solid wood, cut from single oak trees, bound with iron straps, forged in the village smithy. 6 blocks fill 2 carts. The oxen are brought forward, massive beasts, bred for strength rather than speed. Their driver, a specialist in his own right, inspects each animal's hooves and harness. A lame ox means a stopped cart. A broken harness strap 5 miles from the quarry means unloading and waiting for repairs. Attention to these details separates successful construction projects from disasters. You watch the carts begin their slow journey. The oxen lean into their yokes. The wheels creak. The journey to the castle site will take most of the day. Uphill, over roads that are barely more than cleared tracks through the forest. The cart drivers carry long poles to pry wheels from mud holes and wedges to block wheels on steep sections. Back at the quarry, the process begins again. More sounding, more drilling, more wedging. The rhythm never stops during daylight hours. Some workers rotate between tasks to prevent exhaustion. A man might drill holes for an hour, then switch to clearing debris, then help with loading. The work is brutal, but the rotation makes it bearable. Barely. Lunch comes at midday, announced by a bell from the nearby monastery. The workers sit in the shade of the quarry wall, eating bread and cheese, drinking weak beer. They do not talk much. Their hands hurt too much. Their shoulders ache. But they eat well on construction days. The Lord, providing the stone for his castle, also provides food for the workers. Better rations than they would get farming their soul plots. This is why they are here, enduring the stone dust that coats their lungs and the constant risk of crushed fingers or toes. An older worker, perhaps 40 years old, which makes him ancient by medieval standards, shows a younger man how to read the stone's grain. He points to subtle color variations, explains how water stains indicate internal cracks. This knowledge cannot be found in books, even if these men could read books. It lives only in demonstration, in the passing of skill from generation to generation, through patient showing and watching. While quarry workers are splitting stone from the earth, 5 miles away at the castle construction site, the master mason begins his day with different tools. He carries a wooden square, a plumb bob on a string, measuring rods marked with notches, and a set of iron scribes for marking stone. These are the instruments of precision, of translation from vision to reality. You stand beside him as he studies the foundation trenches dug over the previous months. The castle design exists partially on parchment, rare and expensive, showing the overall plan. But much of the design lives in his head, refined over 30 years of building experience. He has worked on cathedrals, bridges, manor houses, and 3 previous castles. Each project taught him what works and what fails. The master mason's name is William, though everyone calls him Master William, with genuine respect in their voices. He apprenticed for 7 years under his own master, learning not just how to shape stone, but how to imagine 3-dimensional structures from 2-dimensional drawings. He knows how weight flows through arches, how buttresses resist lateral forces, how foundations must spread the load of towers that will rise 70 feet into the air. Today he is verifying the corner points of the curtain wall. These corners must be absolutely accurate, because every measurement for the next decade of construction will reference them. He has established these points using a technique older than toy, the 3-4-5 triangle. You watch as he directs workers to stretch ropes 30 feet in one direction, 40 feet at a right angle, then confirms that the diagonal measures exactly 50 feet. When these measurements align perfectly, he knows his corner is truly square. Medieval masons used the measurement system that seems chaotic to modern minds. There is the foot, roughly based on an actual human foot, but varying slightly by region. There is the cubit, from fingertip to elbow. There is the rod or perch, 16.5 feet, used for longer measurements. Master William has memorized hundreds of conversions and proportions, carrying an entire mathematical system in his memory, because paper is too precious for everyday calculations. He marks the corner points with wooden stakes driven deep into the ground, then surrounds each stake with a pyramid of stones to prevent accidental displacement. If these corners shift even a few inches, the error will compound through the entire structure. Walls that should be parallel will diverge. Towers will lean. Gates will not align with approach roads. Everything depends on getting these first marks absolutely correct. The parchment plans, drawn by a clerk in the Lord's service, show the castle from above. Thick black lines indicate walls. Circles show towers. A rectangle marks the Great Hall. But the plans cannot show everything. They do not indicate how the ground slopes or where bedrock lies close to the surface. They do not account for the spring that bubbles up on the eastern side, requiring drainage channels to prevent water undermining the foundations. Master William must adapt the ideal plan to real conditions. He decides to shift the eastern wall 5 feet to avoid the wettest ground. He adjusts the southern gate position to align with the approach road that already exists, saving months of road building work. These decisions require judgment, earned through decades of experience. A less experienced mason might follow the plans exactly and create a castle that fights against its landscape instead of working with it. You follow Master William as he walks the entire perimeter, planting his measuring rod at intervals and sighting along lines to ensure straightness. He is establishing what masons call setting out lines, reference cords stretched between posts that will guide the wall builders. These cords must be perfectly straight and level, checked with his plumb bob and water level, a long wooden trough filled with water that shows true horizontal by the water's surface. The geometry of castles follows principles that protect against siege warfare. Corner towers must project beyond the wall line, so defenders can shoot along the wall face, covering blind spots. The main gate must be offset from the direct approach, forcing attackers to expose their right sides, the sides not protected by shields. Murder holes above the gate allow defenders to drop stones or boiling water. Every angle, every measurement, every seemingly decorative feature serves defensive purpose. Master William explains these principles to his senior workers, the hewers and layers, who will translate his stakes and strings into stone reality. He uses a combination of words and drawings, scratched in sand with a stick. Most of these workers cannot read, so he must communicate through pictures and demonstration. He places stones on the ground to show how corbels will support wooden hoardings. He gestures with his hands to show the desired curve of window arches. The social structure of the construction site reflects medieval hierarchy. Master William answers only to the Lord and his steward. Below the master are the journeyman masons, skilled workers who have completed apprenticeships but not yet achieved master status. Below them are apprentices learning the craft. Below them are rough masons who do cruder work, shaping stone to approximate dimensions. And below them are laborers who mix mortar, carry materials, and dig trenches. But here is what surprises you about this hierarchy. On the construction site, Master William's word is absolute, even contradicting the Lord's desires if necessary. When the Lord wanted a particular tower placed on unstable ground, Master William refused, explaining the tower would crack and fall within 5 years. The Lord, understanding that he needed Master William's expertise more than he needed his own uninformed preferences, followed the Master Mason's advice. This professional authority is rare in the rigidly hierarchical medieval world. Master William earns approximately 4 pennies per day, excellent wages when a laborer makes 1 penny. He also receives housing, food for his family, and a clothing allowance. More valuable than money, he earns respect. People seek his judgment on matters beyond construction. Is this well water safe? Will that bridge hold through winter floods? His knowledge makes him valuable, and value translates to social standing. The master keeps records, of sorts. He cannot write extensively, but he knows his numbers and marks. Each evening, he notches a counting stick to record the number of workers present, the quantity of stone delivered, the progress on different sections of wall. These notches will later be compared against the steward's written records when calculating payments and supplies needed. Today, Master William focuses on the foundation corners, where the first stone will be laid in a ceremony next week. The Lord wants an elaborate cornerstone, carved with his family emblem. Master William has already instructed his best carver to prepare this stone, explaining that it must be perfect because people will see it for centuries. Medieval workers often thought in terms of permanence. The castle they built today would stand long after their great-grandchildren were dust. He checks the foundation depth at each corner. The trenches must reach down to bedrock, or at least to undisturbed earth, what modern engineers call virgin soil. In some places this means digging only 3 feet. In other locations, workers have dug 12 feet down before hitting solid ground. This variation creates challenges. The foundation must be level across the top, even though it rests at varying depths below ground. The solution involves carefully laying foundation courses that step up or down as needed, creating a level platform for the visible walls above. Master William plans these steps, calculating how many courses of stone are needed to transition from deep foundations to shallow ones while maintaining structural integrity. He sketches these transitions in sand, showing his workers how to stagger joints and maintain the bond pattern that locks stones together. You watch as he instructs workers to begin stockpiling foundation stone near each corner. Foundation work uses rougher stone than will be visible above ground, but it must still be substantial and durable. The foundation carries all the weight above, and any weakness here means catastrophic failure later. Master William personally inspects each foundation stone, rejecting any with obvious cracks or soft spots. The journey from quarry to construction site reveals a complex web of medieval logistics. You find yourself walking beside the ox cart, loaded with stone blocks, watching how every aspect of transport has been carefully organized over months of planning. The road, if it can be called that, is really just a track where vegetation has been cleared and major obstacles removed. Tree stumps still dot the road, forcing carts to weave around them. Low spots have been filled with branches and gravel, creating a corduroy surface that helps prevent wheels sinking into mud. This road represents weeks of labor by dozens of men, all necessary before the first stone could move. The ox driver, a weathered man named Robert, he talks to his animals constantly. He calls them by name, Tom and Harry, encouraging them through difficult sections, warning them of upcoming obstacles. These oxen are valuable assets, each worth more than a year's wages for a laborer. Robert treats them accordingly, checking their condition every few hundred yards, adjusting their yokes to prevent chafing, allowing them to rest when their breathing becomes labored. The pace is approximately 1 mile per hour on level ground, slower on inclines. The 5-mile journey will consume most of a workday, accounting for rest stops, minor repairs to cart and harness, and the midday meal. You quickly understand that transport represents a significant bottleneck in castle construction. No matter how many quarrymen cut stone or how fast masons can lay it, the castle can only rise as quickly as stone arrives at the site. This reality drives a complex calculation. The lord building this castle must balance the cost of opening multiple quarries to increase supply against the cost of maintaining the single road to the construction site. He must weigh the expense of buying more oxen and carts against the cost of feeding those additional animals through winter, when construction slows. Medieval project management, though they would never use such terms, requires the same economic trade-offs as modern construction. You notice waypoints along the road, places where carts can pull off the main track to allow others to pass. At each waypoint stands a simple wooden shelter stocked with basic tools, spare rope, wooden wedges, and leather straps. These roadside caches mean that a broken wheel or snapped harness does not require sending someone all the way back to the quarry or forward to the construction site for repairs. Approximately halfway along the route, you reach a significant obstacle, a stream too wide to ford easily with loaded carts. Here, workers have constructed a simple bridge, really just thick oak logs laid across stone piers. The bridge is barely wide enough for a single cart, requiring careful navigation. Robert walks Tom and Harry across slowly, speaking calmly as the cart wheels thump across the uneven logs. On the far side of the stream, the road begins climbing. The grade is not particularly steep by modern standards, but for oxen hauling 2 tons of stone, every degree of incline matters. Robert uses his control pole to help steer the cart, preventing the wheels from sliding into ruts that could overturn the entire load. Other workers have stationed themselves at the steepest section, ready to push on the cart or to place wheel chocks if the oxen need an extended rest. The organization required for continuous stone delivery becomes apparent as you watch. A steady stream of empty carts passes you going back toward the quarry, while loaded carts lumber forward toward the construction site. Someone has calculated the timing precisely. If loaded carts arrive faster than masons can work the stone, the construction site becomes cluttered and chaotic. If carts arrive too slowly, masons sit idle, wasting expensive skilled labor. A specialist called the clerk of works manages this flow. Though he is not present on the road, he operates from a small office at the construction site, maintaining tallies of stone required, stone delivered, stone worked, and stone set in place. He sends messengers to the quarry and along the transport route, adjusting the pace of cart departures to match construction demands. This medieval supply chain management lacks computers, but operates on the same fundamental principles of matching supply to demand. You pass other travelers using the road, a man driving sheep toward the castle site, where the construction workers provide a ready market for mutton, a merchant with a mule train, carrying iron tools ordered from a smith 10 miles away, a messenger on horseback, racing past, with letters bearing the Lord's seal. The castle construction has created an economic boom in the region, drawing people and commerce along this muddy track through the forest. Robert points out markers along the road, notches cut into certain trees, or piles of stones arranged in particular patterns. These markers indicate distance, allowing drivers to gauge their progress and estimate arrival times. Medieval people measured time differently than we do, dividing the day into watches and marking significant hours with monastery bells heard for miles across the countryside. A cart driver might think, I must reach the stone pile marker before the bells ring for sext, which falls at midday. The condition of the oxen determines everything. Robert watches for signs of distress, labored breathing, stumbling steps, or attempts to stop and refuse the load. A wise driver pushes his animals, but never breaks them. An ox driven to exhaustion might need days to recover, halting that cart's contribution to the transport cycle. Better to take an extra hour on the journey than to lose an ox to overwork. Near the construction site, the road widens and improves. Here, more workers have invested more time in creating a better surface because more traffic concentrates in this final approach. Deep ditches on either side drain water away, preventing the road from becoming an impassable mud channel during rain. Gravel has been spread and compacted, creating a firmer base for the constant wheel traffic. You begin to see the castle itself, or rather the foundation trenches, and the first few courses of stone rising in some sections. Piles of materials surround the site. Mounds of sand, heaps of lime, stacks of timber. Wooden cranes tower over certain points, their long arms reaching skyward. Smoke rises from the forge where the smith repairs tools and creates iron fittings. The scale becomes clear. This is not merely a building project, but an entire industrial complex dropped into the countryside. Robert guides his cart toward the unloading area, a flat space where other carts wait in line. Workers swarm around each cart as it arrives, using wooden levers and rollers to maneuver stone blocks onto the ground in organized rows. The unloading requires skill to prevent blocks toppling and crushing feet or hands. You hear the foreman calling out rhythmic commands, coordinating the 6 men working around the cart into synchronized effort. Once unloaded, Robert receives a wooden tally stick, notched to indicate his delivery. He will present this stick to the clerk of works, who maintains the matching half of the tally. When the notches align, payment is confirmed. This system prevents disputes and fraud, even in a world where most workers cannot read or write. The physical object, the split stick, with its unique notch pattern, serves as an uncounterfeit receipt. Robert turns his empty cart around, beginning the journey back to the quarry. He will make one more round trip today if all goes well, delivering 12 blocks total, approximately 24 tons of stone. Multiply his effort by dozens of carts making similar journeys day after day, and the massive stone weight of a castle begins to accumulate block by block. Below ground, where glamour never reaches, the foundation diggers conduct their essential work. You descend into a trench 12 feet deep, walls of earth rising on both sides, the sky reduced to a narrow strip overhead. Down here, the air is cool and damp, smelling of soil and clay. The men working in the trenches are among the lowest paid on the construction site, earning perhaps a penny per day for back-breaking labor. Yet without their work, nothing above ground is possible. They understand this in their bones, even if the Lord never acknowledges it. The foundation determines everything: how high walls can rise, how much weight towers can carry, whether the castle stands for centuries or crumbles within a generation. Digging foundation trenches in medieval England means working primarily with hand tools. The diggers use mattocks to break up soil, shovels to lift it out, and baskets to haul it to the surface. In rocky areas, they employ iron wedges and hammers, the same techniques used in quarries, but applied to earth instead of stone. Progress measures in inches per day, not feet. A major foundation trench might require months of continuous digging. You watch as a digger swings his mattock, the broad blade chunking into earth. He has developed a rhythm over years of this work. Swing and strike, never rushing because this work must continue for hours, and rushing leads to exhausted muscles within an hour. Another worker follows behind with a shovel, scooping loose soil into a woven basket. A third worker hauls the basket to a wooden ladder, leaning against the trench wall, climbs to the surface, and dumps the soil onto a growing spoil heap. The depth of foundations depends on local conditions. Master William has instructed the diggers to continue until they reach bedrock, or at least firm earth that does not compress underfoot. In some areas, this means digging only 4 feet. In others, particularly where the land is marshy or has been recently cultivated, diggers must go 12 or even 15 feet down. The varying depth creates challenges that Master William must solve with his foundation design. Water is the constant enemy of foundation diggers. Any much deeper than a few feet encounters groundwater seeping through the walls or bubbling up from below. The diggers fight this with constant bailing, using wooden buckets to haul water to the surface where it drains away from the work site. In particularly wet areas, they must dig sumps, deeper holes at intervals along the trench where water collects, to be bailed out, keeping the main trench floor relatively dry. One section of foundation has proven especially challenging. Here, a natural spring emerges directly in the trench line. Master William has made a decision. Rather than fight the water, they will direct it. Diggers are installing a stone-lined drain that will channel spring water under the foundation and out through the castle wall, preventing it from pooling and undermining the structure. This drain, invisible once the castle is complete, represents sophisticated engineering. The walls of the foundation trenches must remain stable during the months of digging. In firm earth, the walls can stand vertical. In loose or sandy soil, they require support. You see wooden shoring in places, planks held against the earth by horizontal brace, preventing collapse that could bury workers. Even with shoring, trench walls sometimes fail, usually after heavy rain when water saturates the earth. The diggers have learned to read the warning signs, cracks appearing in the walls, soil beginning to crumble, and they evacuate the trench when these signs appear. Safety concerns receive attention, but within the context of medieval attitudes toward risk. Workers understand that construction sites are dangerous. Falls, cave-ins, falling stones, and crushed limbs occur regularly. There is no compensation for injuries beyond the Christian charity of the local monastery. If a man cannot work, he cannot eat. This harsh reality makes workers cautious in their own interest, but it does not eliminate accidents. A young worker, perhaps 16 years old, works in the trench for his first season. An older digger teaches him the craft, showing him how to read the earth. where to expect rocks, how to avoid throwing his back out with improper lifting technique. This mentorship happens naturally. Older workers recognizing that green workers who hurt themselves quickly become liabilities rather than assets. Better to teach proper technique than to carry the load while an injured youngster recovers. The rhythm of foundation digging creates its own culture. The men in the trenches sing work songs, rhythmic chants that coordinate their efforts and make the hours pass. The songs are often bawdy or mocking of authority, sung safely out of earshot of the lord or priest. Down in the earth, covered in mud, these men create their own world with its own rituals and humor. Lunch comes as a welcome break. The diggers climb from the trenches, grateful to stand on level ground and straighten backs, bent from hours of stooping. They eat bread and cheese, drink beer, and inspect their hands for blisters or cuts. Infected wounds are a serious danger in an age before antibiotics. Even a small cut can become deadly if it turns septic. The workers wash their hands in water from a barrel, trying to keep minor injuries clean. The afternoon session begins with renewed digging. The workers have a quota, a certain length of trench to complete each day. If they finish early, they can rest. If they fall behind, they must work longer hours to catch up. This quota system motivates steady effort without requiring constant supervision. The men know what is expected and deliver it, or they find themselves dismissed and replaced by the many workers seeking construction jobs. As the trench deepens, disposing of excavated soil becomes more challenging. The workers cannot simply throw it over the trench walls anymore. Instead, they are using a simple crane, a wooden beam projecting over the trench with a bucket on a rope. Workers in the trench fill the bucket, signal to workers above, who then haul it to the surface and dump it. This system slows progress, but becomes necessary once the trench exceeds 8 or 9 feet in depth. You notice wooden stakes driven into the trench floor at regular intervals. These mark the foundation width at this particular location. The trench must be wide enough to accommodate the stone foundation, plus working room for the masons who will lay that stone. Master William has calculated that a wall, 3 feet thick, requires a foundation trench 5 feet wide, providing 1 foot of working space on each side. These calculations account for every foot of digging, ensuring no wasted effort. In some areas, the diggers have encountered obstacles. Tree roots from the forest that covered this land before clearing must be chopped out with axe saws. Boulders too large to move with available tools must be broken using fire setting, heating the rock with fire, then dousing it with cold water to create cracks. Old wells or pits from previous occupation must be filled with rubble and compacted. Each obstacle slows progress, but cannot be avoided. The foreman of the digging crew, himself a former digger, promoted for reliability and judgment, inspects the work constantly. He checks that trenches follow the layout strings Master William has set. He ensures proper depth and width. He watches for signs of workers slacking, though in truth, the physical evidence of the work makes slacking difficult to hide. A trench either gets dug, or it does not. Rising above the foundation trenches, wooden scaffolding begins its climb skyward. You stand at the base of a scaffold tower, looking up at the framework of poles and platforms that will eventually reach 70 feet into the air. The men building this temporary structure are specialists, understanding how to create stable working platforms that will support not just workers, but heavy stones, barrels of mortar, and tools. The scaffolding builders work with raw timber, straight poles cut from the forest and trimmed of branches, but not squared into beams. These poles, called standards and ledgers, are lashed together with rope, creating a framework that flexes slightly under load, but does not break. The flexibility surprises you at first, but you quickly understand that rigid connections would crack and fall, while flexible lashing absorbs stresses and distributes weight. Building scaffold requires different skills than building permanent structures. The scaffolders must work at heights with minimal safety measures, balancing on poles while tying complex knots. They must judge the strength of each timber, rejecting poles with rot or excessive knots. They must understand how to brace the structure against wind loads that will try to push the entire framework over. The primary scaffolding technique uses a method called putlog scaffolding. Horizontal poles, the putlogs, are built into the permanent stone wall as it rises, projecting outward to support platforms. This means the wall itself helps carry the scaffold load. As the wall goes up, the scaffold goes up with it, each supporting the other in a carefully orchestrated dance. You watch as scaffolders prepare the first level of platforms about 8 feet above the ground. They lay poles across the putlog bearers, then place thick wooden planks on top to create the walking surface. These planks are not nailed down, just laid in place, which seems dangerous until you understand the reasoning. Loose planks can be quickly repositioned as work shifts to different wall sections, and if a plank weakens or cracks, workers notice it moving under their feet and can replace it immediately. The scaffolders test each platform before allowing stone workers onto it. 2 men jump on the platform together, their combined weight exceeding what normal work will impose. If the platform holds without excessive flexibility, it is deemed safe. If it bounces worrisomely, additional support poles are added beneath it. This pragmatic testing method works because the scaffolders themselves will work on these platforms, giving them strong motivation to ensure safety. Vertical access between scaffold levels uses ladders, simple affairs of 2 poles with rungs lashed between them. The ladders lean at steep angles to save space. Climbing them while carrying tools or materials requires sure footing and strong arms. Workers develop the knack or wash out quickly, returning to ground level work where their particular combination of caution and clumsiness does not endanger themselves or others. As walls rise, the scaffold must rise too, always staying ahead of the stone workers. The scaffolders work in the early morning before masons arrive, adding new levels, extending platforms, ensuring that when stone layers need to work 10 feet higher today than yesterday, the scaffold is ready. This requires planning and anticipation, understanding the pace of wall construction and staying ahead of it. The materials consumed by scaffolding are substantial. A large castle might require several thousand poles and tens of thousands of feet of rope. The lord funding construction must weigh the cost of all this timber against the impossibility of building without it. Some lords try to economize by ordering minimal scaffolding, resulting in unsafe conditions and slower work as masons struggle on inadequate platforms. You notice that the scaffolding builders have created specialized features. Loading bays project outward from the main scaffold, platforms where cranes can lift stones from the ground and set them within reach of the wall builders. These bays must be strongly constructed because they will momentarily bear the full weight of multi-ton stone blocks swinging on ropes. The scaffolders reinforce these bays with extra poles and braces high, understanding the catastrophic consequences of a failure. The rope connecting the scaffold components is itself a medieval industrial product, made from hemp fibers twisted into strands, then strands twisted into rope. Each section represents hours of work by rope makers. The rope must be strong enough to bear loads yet flexible enough to tie into the complex knots that hold the scaffold together. Wet weather weakens rope. Sun exposure degrades it over months. The scaffolders inspect their rope constantly, replacing questionable sections before they fail. One element of scaffold safety that impresses you is the toe boards, planks set on edge at the perimeter of platforms to prevent tools or materials from being kicked off. A hammer dropped from 40 feet becomes a deadly projectile. These simple barriers prevent many accidents, though they cannot prevent all dangers on a medieval construction site. The scaffolders work through changing seasons, and their structure must adapt. Winter ice makes wooden poles slippery and brittle. Summer heat causes timber to dry and shrink, loosening lashed joints that must be retightened. Spring rains soak the platform planks, making them treacherously slick. The scaffolders respond to these seasonal challenges with accumulated wisdom, knowing when to add sand to platforms for traction and when to replace poles that have weathered too many cycles. In the Mason's Lodge, a wooden building erected near the construction site, the stone cutters pursue their precise craft. You enter the lodge and find a world of focus and skill, where rough quarry blocks are transformed into precise building components. Dust fills the air, fine white limestone dust that coats everything and everyone, turning the masons into ghostly figures. The master cutter, a journeyman mason named Thomas, inspects a rough block just delivered from the quarry. He walks around it, running his hands over the surface, tapping it with a small hammer to listen for hidden flaws. Satisfied that the stone is sound, he consults a wooden template, a pattern piece, that shows the exact dimensions this block must achieve to fit its designated place in the wall. Thomas marks the stone with a scribe, scratching lines that show where he will cut. These lines follow the template precisely, accounting for the way the stone will sit in the wall, which faces will be visible, which edges will mate with adjacent blocks. He works from all sides, marking vertical and horizontal references, creating a three-dimensional map on the stone surface. The cutting begins with a technique called scabbling, using a sharp-pointed hammer to knock off large chunks of excess yoe. This rough work requires strength and good aim, but not extreme precision. The goal is to reduce the block to approximately the right size, removing material that will not be needed, making the finer work easier. Once scabbled to rough size, Thomas switches to finer tools. He uses a drove, a broad chisel with a toothed edge, to create a relatively smooth surface. The drove is struck with a wooden mallet, not a metal hammer, because wood provides better control for this precision work. Each strike of the drove removes a thin layer of stone, gradually approaching the scribed lines that mark the final dimensions. You watch Thomas work one face of the stone until it is flat and true through, testing it constantly with a straight edge, a simple wooden ruler that reveals any high or low spots. When the straight edge rests flat across the entire face, with no gaps beneath it, that face is complete. Thomas moves to the next face, ensuring that it is perfectly square to the first face, using his wooden square to check the angle repeatedly. The stone slowly emerges from the rough block, taking its final form. Thomas cuts the top and bottom surfaces parallel to each other. He cuts the sides vertical and square. He creates crisp edges where faces meet, removing the blurred transitions of the rough block. The transformation seems almost miraculous, chaos resolved into geometric order through skill and patience. For stones that will be visible in the finished castle, additional work remains. Thomas uses finer chisels to create a dressed surface, relatively smooth and pleasant to look at. Some blocks require decorative elements, simple moldings, or chamfered edges that catch light and create visual interest. Thomas shapes these features freehand, his experienced eye judging curves and proportions without elaborate measuring. The most skilled cutters work on special stones, corbels that will project from walls to support beams, keystones for arch centers, window surrounds with complex profiles. These pieces might require days of work each, compared to the hours spent on common wall blocks. Master William assigns these challenging cuts to his most experienced craftsmen, knowing that errors on visible decorative elements reflect badly on the entire project. Each finished stone receives the cutter's personal mark, a simple symbol scratched into an inconspicuous face. These marks serve multiple purposes. They allow the clerk of works to track productivity, counting how many stones each cutter completes. They assign responsibility, so if a stone proves faulty after placement, the responsible cutter can be identified. And they provide a kind of immortality, these simple marks surviving in stone long after the hands that made them have turned to naught. The pace of stone cutting determines the pace of the entire construction project in many ways. If cutters work faster than layers can place stones, finished blocks accumulate in the mason's yard, requiring space and organization. If cutters work slower than placement pace, the layers sit idle, wasting expensive skilled labor. The master mason constantly adjusts, assigning more or fewer workers to cutting, based on the evolving balance between production and placement. Young apprentices work in the lodge too, learning the craft. They are given simpler stones to cut, rectangular blocks without complex angles or decorative elements. A master cutter watches their work, correcting technique, showing them how to read the stone's grain to prevent unexpected breaks, teaching them which tools work best for which tasks. This apprenticeship will last 7 years before the young worker can call himself a journeyman mason, qualified to work independently. The tools themselves represent significant investment. Each cutter maintains his own set, chisels of various widths, mallets of different weights, measuring tools. These tools are precious, kept sharp through regular maintenance, protected from rust and damage. A mason's tools often pass from father to son. Generations of skilled hands using the same metal, shaped by long-dead smiths. Away from the stonework, but equally essential, the mortar makers pursue their alchemical craft. You stand beside a large wooden trough, where workers mix the substance that will bind stone blocks into monolithic walls. Mortar seems simple, but proves complex, a carefully balanced recipe that must be mixed correctly, or the entire structure fails. The primary ingredient is lime, produced by burning limestone in kilns, operated specifically for this purpose. The lime production happens away from the main construction site, because the kilns are dangerous and produce choking smoke. Limestone is heated to extreme temperatures, approximately 1800 degrees, driving off carbon dioxide and leaving behind quicklime, calcium oxide, a caustic white substance that burns skin on condite. The quicklime arrives at the construction site in barrels, handled carefully by workers who understand its dangers. To make lime mortar, the quicklime must be slaked, mixed with water in a process that generates intense heat and steam. You watch from a safe distance as a worker slowly adds water to a pile of quicklime. The mixture hisses and bubbles, temperature soaring, steam billowing. This is dangerous work, requiring respect for the materials. Once slaked, the lime becomes a paste that must rest for months before cease. This aging process, called maturing, allows the lime to fully hydrate and develop its binding properties. Large pits near the construction site hold aging lime putty, protected from drying by covering with a layer of water or wet sand. Some builders insist lime must age for a full year before it reaches ideal quality. When lime is ready, the mortar makers combine it with sand in carefully controlled ratio. The proportion varies based on the quality of lime and sand, but a typical mix might be 3 parts sand to 1 part lime. The sand must be clean, free from clay or organic matter that would weaken the mortar. Workers sift the sand through screens to remove pebbles and debris. The mixing happens in large wooden troughs, workers using hose to chop and fold the lime and sand together, gradually adding water to achieve the right consistency. The mortar must be wet enough to spread easily, but not so wet that it slumps or takes forever to set. Experienced mortar makers judge consistency by eye and feel, testing a sample on their trowels, observing how it behaves. You learn that medieval mortar does not harden through recycling, but through a chemical process called carbonation. The lime absorbs carbon dioxide from the air, slowly converting back to calcium carbonate, essentially becoming limestone again. This process takes months or even years to complete fully, which means castle walls gain strength gradually over time, rather than all at once. The mortar makers must produce enough mortar to keep the stone layers supplied without making so much that it begins to set before use. This balancing act requires communication between the mortar makers and the wall builders. On a productive day, layers might use several tons of mortar, requiring constant mixing and delivery. Young boys, the lowest status workers on site, transport mortar from the mixing troughs to the wall builders. They carry it in wooden buckets or shallow tubs called hods, walking carefully up ramps and scaffold ladders. Spilled mortar represents wasted time and materials, so the boys learn to move steadily without rushing. Their young backs grow strong, hauling endless loads. The quality of mortar directly affects the strength and durability of the finished castle. Weak mortar allows water to penetrate joints, leading to frost damage when that water freezes. It allows stones to shift under load, creating cracks and instability. Master William inspects the mortar mixing regularly, occasionally testing samples by spreading them between stones and observing how they set. Unsatisfactory batches are rejected, dumped in waste pits, and new mortar mixed to replace it. Some mortar recipes include additives believed to improve properties. Builders sometimes add crushed pottery or brick dust, materials that react with lime to create hydraulic mortar that can set even underwater. This special mortar might be used in foundations where groundwater is present, or in areas subject to rain before the walls are roofed. The science behind mortar remains imperfectly understood in medieval times, but practical experience has refined the techniques over centuries. Builders know what works, even if they cannot explain why in modern chemical terms. They know that lime from certain quarries produces stronger mortar. They know that sea sand must be washed thoroughly to remove salt. They know that mortar mixed in cold weather sets more slowly and must be protected from frost. Finally, with foundations dug, scaffolding erected, stones cut, and mortar mixed, the actual wall construction can begin. You stand beside Master William as he supervises the laying of the first course, the bottom layer of stone that will support everything above. The foundation trench has been filled with rubble and rough stone to just below ground level, creating a solid base. Now, the visible work begins. Master William has selected his best layers for this first course, knowing that any errors here will compound through the entire height of the wall. These men, veterans of multiple construction projects, understand the critical importance of starting right. The first stone of the first course is placed at a corner, following an ancient tradition. This cornerstone has been dressed perfectly smooth and square. The Lord and Master Mason will conduct a small ceremony when it is laid, asking God's blessing on the construction. But before that ceremony, the practical work begins with layout and preparation. Workers spread a bed of mortar along the foundation top, approximately 1 inch thick. The consistency must be perfect, wet enough that the stone will bed into it, but not so wet that the stone sinks or shifts. The first stone is lifted by 4 men, using handles temporarily fitted into holes drilled for this purpose. They lower it onto the mortar bed, and Master William guides its placement. The stone must be level in all directions and positioned exactly according to the layout strings. Master William uses his wooden level, a simple device with a plumb bob hanging from its center, to check that the top surface is horizontal. He sights along the string lines to ensure the stone sits in the correct position. When satisfied, he taps the stone gently with a wooden mallet, bedding it firmly into the mortar. Excess mortar squeezes out from beneath the stone. A mason uses his trowel to scrape away this excess, collecting it to reuse. The joint must be completely filled with mortar, but not overfilled. Air gaps in the joint would create weaknesses. Excess mortar smeared on the stone faces must be cleaned off before it hardens. The next stone in the course is prepared and placed, its edge butting against the first stone. The vertical joint between them must be tight and filled with mortar. The layers spread mortar on the end of the stone before placing it, ensuring that the vertical joint will be full. When the two stones touch, mortar squeezes out, confirming that the joint is properly filled. You watch this methodical process repeat, stone after stone. The layers work in pairs, one preparing the mortar bed and guiding placement, the other handling the stone. They communicate with few words, experienced partners who have developed an efficient rhythm. Place the stone, check level, check alignment, tap it into final position, clean excess mortar, move to the next stone. The stones in this first course are larger and heavier than those that will be used higher in the wall. The base must carry maximum load, so Master William has specified stones of extra size and quality. Some weigh over a ton each, requiring teams of 6 or 8 men to move them into position using rollers and levers. One critical aspect of wall building is the bond pattern, the way stones overlap to lock the structure together. Master William has planned the pattern carefully. Each stone overlaps the joint between two stones in the course below, like bricks in a modern wall. This overlap prevents vertical cracks from developing, distributing loads across multiple stones rather than concentrating stress at single points. The wall being built is not solid stone through its thickness. Instead, it uses a technique with two faces of dressed stone and a rubble core between them. The faced stones, carefully cut and fitted, present a neat appearance on both the outside and inside of the wall. The core, filled with smaller stones and extra mortar, provides mass and distributes loads. This construction method balances strength, appearance, and efficient use of expensive cut stone. As the first course nears completion around the foundation perimeter, Master William begins planning the second course. Certain stones in the second course will be through stones, extending the full thickness of the wall to tie the two faces together. Without through stones, the faces and core could separate, leading to catastrophic failure. Master William marks where through stones will be placed, roughly every 6 feet of wall length. The layers work through the day, the first course slowly growing. By evening, they have completed perhaps 40 feet of wall base, approximately 30 stones placed and bedded in mortar. This represents good progress, but also illustrates the massive scale of the project. The castle perimeter measures approximately 800 feet. At 40 feet per day, just the first course will require 3 weeks. The walls will rise to 20 feet high, with approximately 15 courses of stone, suggesting months of work ahead just to reach the wall tops. The sun rises over the construction site on another day, and you find yourself settling into the steady rhythm that governs medieval building work. The rhythm is dictated by daylight, by the physical limits of human bodies, and by the endless repetition of tasks that must be performed thousands of times before a castle stands complete. Workers arrive at the site as dawn breaks, guided by the bells from the nearby monastery that mark the hour of prime, approximately 6 in the morning. They gather at the tool shed, a wooden structure where equipment is stored overnight, under the watchful eye of a guard. Each worker collects his assigned tools, and the guard makes note in his tally book, a simple system that ensures tools are returned at day's end. The morning air carries a chill that makes fingers stiff and awkward. The first hour of work serves as much to warm muscles as to accomplish construction goals. Laborers begin by preparing the work site, clearing debris from the previous day, positioning materials where they will be needed, checking that scaffold platforms remain secure after the night's wind and weather. The stone layers arrive, and inspect the work from the previous day. Mortar laid yesterday has begun its slow process of setting, but it remains soft enough that careless work today could disturb yesterday's stones. The layers run their hands over joints, checking for any movement, ensuring that stones have bedded properly into the mortar. Occasionally, they find a stone that has settled unevenly overnight, creating a problem that must be corrected before building higher. You notice how the worksite is organized into distinct zones, each with its own specialized activity. Near the wall itself, the stone layers work with their carefully cut blocks and prepared mortar. Further back, apprentices and rough masons shape stones to approximate dimensions, doing work that does not require master-level skill. In another area, carpenters construct the wooden forms that will support arches until the mortar sets. The blacksmith works at his portable forge, sharpening tools blunted by yesterday's work against hard stone. The master mason makes his rounds, moving from zone to zone, checking quality and progress. He pauses to watch a young mason cutting a stone, correcting his technique with a few quiet words and a demonstration. He inspects a completed section of wall, running a straight edge along the face to ensure it rises truly vertical. He consults with the foreman about tomorrow's needs, calculating how much stone to request from the quarry. By mid-morning, the work has found its pace. The sounds of construction create a steady background. The chunk of hammers on chisels, the scrape of trowels on stone, the creak of rope and wood as cranes lift loads, the voices of men calling warnings or instructions. These sounds will continue for years, slowly diminishing only as the castle nears completion and the workforce gradually shrinks. The work is demanding, but not frantic. Medieval builders understand that construction is a marathon rather than a sprint. That steady, sustainable effort over months and years accomplishes more than brief periods of intense activity, followed by exhaustion. The master mason watches for signs of workers pushing too hard, knowing that injuries and mistakes increase when fatigue sets in. Water carriers, usually older men or young boys not suited for heavy labor, move among the workers with buckets and ladles. The physical work generates thirst, and dehydration reduces both safety and productivity. The water comes from a well dug specifically to serve the construction site, tested to ensure it is clean and safe. In an era when waterborne illness is common, though poorly understood, access to good water makes a significant difference. The midday meal arrives, announced by monastery bells ringing for the hour of sext. Work stops, and the laborers gather in the shade of temporary shelters erected for this purpose. They sit on the ground or on piles of timber, unwrapping the food they brought from home or purchased from vendors who have set up near the construction site. The meal typically consists of bread, cheese, onions, and perhaps dried fish or salted meat. The Lord provides beer, weak by modern standards, but safer than water, and providing calories that fuel afternoon work. The meal break lasts approximately 1 hour, time for food and rest, but also for the social bonds that make the work bearable. Workers share news from their villages, discuss the quality of this year's harvest, speculate about how long this construction project will provide employment. Friendships form between men who work side by side day after day, bonds that sometimes last lifetimes. Master William sits slightly apart, maintaining the social distance appropriate to his status, but he listens to the conversations. He learns which workers are reliable and which require watching. He hears complaints about tools or conditions before they become serious problems. He gauges the mood of the workforce, knowing that discontent can slow progress as surely as bad weather or material shortages. The afternoon session begins, and you notice the work has a different quality now. Morning freshness has faded, replaced by a steady determination to complete the day's assigned tasks. The workers are quieter, conserving energy, focusing on their individual responsibilities. The stone layers continue building the wall higher, course by course. The stone cutters in the mason's lodge work through their queue of rough blocks. The mortar makers mix fresh batches to replace what has been used. As the afternoon progresses, Master William makes decisions about tomorrow. He sends a messenger to the quarry with orders for specific types of stone needed for the next phase of work. He instructs the carpenter to begin constructing a new section of scaffolding. He tells the clerk of works to arrange for additional lime delivery, noting that the mortar makers are working through their supply faster than anticipated. The shadows lengthen, and the pace of work gradually slows. Workers are tired now, moving with the careful deliberation of people whose muscles have been laboring for 10 hours. The most dangerous time of the day approaches, when fatigue leads to mistakes, when a misplaced foot on a scaffold or a poorly gripped tool can lead to injury. Master William walks the site more frequently in these final hours, watching for unsafe practices. He orders a stone layer to descend from the scaffold, noting that the man is swaying with exhaustion and should not be working at height. He directs a laborer to stop hauling loads and switch to lighter work, sorting tools or sweeping up stone chips. These interventions prevent accidents while maintaining respect for the workers, acknowledging their effort, while ensuring their safety. The monastery bells ring for vespers, marking the end of the working day. Tools are collected and returned to the shed, each worker presenting his implements to the guard for inspection and storage. The guard checks for damage or excessive wear, noting items that need repair or replacement. The blacksmith will work into the evening, sharpening chisels and repairing broken tool handles, preparing for tomorrow's labor. Workers depart in groups, walking together toward their villages. Some live close enough to return home each night. Others lodge in temporary shelters near the construction site, rough wooden buildings with straw bedding, provided by the Lord as part of their employment arrangement. These men will eat an evening meal of pottage, a thick soup or stew, before sleeping the heavy sleep of physical exhaustion. Master William remains at the site after the workers leave, making a final inspection in the fading light. He checks that fires have been extinguished, that valuable tools are secured, that partially completed work has been protected against overnight weather. He makes notes on a wax tablet, simple marks that will remind him of tomorrow's priorities. Then he too departs, walking to the small house provided for him near the site, where his wife and children wait. The construction site settles into silence, but the work is not truly stopped, merely paused. The mortar continues its slow chemical transformation, hardening incrementally through the night. The wooden scaffolding adjusts to cooling temperatures, joints settling slightly as timber contracts. The castle grows even in darkness, invisible progress that will be revealed when tomorrow's sun rises and work begins again. You understand now that building a castle is not a series of dramatic moments, but rather an accumulation of ordinary days. Each day contributes a small increment of progress. A few more stones set in place, a few more feet of wall resisting, a few more tasks completed from the endless list. The workers do not see the finished castle in their daily labor. They see the stone in front of them, the joint that needs filling, the surface that needs smoothing. Yet from these countless small efforts, something magnificent will eventually emerge. The repetitive daily rhythm that seems monotonous in its individual moments creates lasting achievement through patient accumulation. This is the secret of medieval construction, not brilliant innovation or revolutionary technique, but rather disciplined consistency applied over months and years. Construction rarely proceeds according to plan, and you witness how medieval builders respond to the inevitable challenges that arise. Today brings a problem that tests Master William's experience and judgment. A section of wall, built to a height of approximately 8 feet over the past 2 weeks, has developed a troubling crack. The crack runs vertically through 3 courses of stone, approximately 6 feet long, and widening as it descends. Master William examines it carefully, running his fingers along the fissure, studying the pattern. Cracks in new construction can indicate several different problems, and the solution depends on accurate diagnosis. He considers the possibilities methodically, the way decades of experience have taught him. The crack could indicate foundation settlement, the earth beneath the wall, compressing unevenly under the structure's weight. It could result from using stone with a hidden flaw, a weakness in the material itself. It could be caused by mortar, mixed with incorrect proportions, too much sand or too little lime, creating weak joints. Or it could simply be the natural settling of new construction, requiring no intervention. Master William sends for the foreman, who supervised this section of wall. The foreman arrives nervous, understanding that his work is being questioned. Master William asks about the foundation work, the quality of stone used, the mortar batches employed. The foreman provides answers, and Master William listens carefully, not to assign blame, but to gather information that will guide his decision. After questioning the foreman, Master William examines the foundation trench. Workers dig down beside the wall, exposing the foundation courses. What they discover provides the answer. The foundation here passes over a filled pit, probably an old refuse pit from when this land was occupied previously. The fill has compressed more than the surrounding undisturbed earth, causing the foundation to settle unevenly. The diagnosis is complete, but the solution is not simple. Master William must decide whether to demolish the affected wall section and rebuild with a reinforced foundation, or whether to accept the crack and continue building, hoping the settlement has stabilized. Both options carry risks and costs. He chooses a middle path that demonstrates his practical wisdom. The cracked section will be partially demolished, taken down to the foundation top. The foundation will be strengthened by driving wooden piles into the compressed fill, creating additional bearing points. Then the wall will be rebuilt, using extra long through stones that tie the faces together more securely. This solution addresses the root cause while minimizing the amount of work that must be redone. You watch as workers begin the delicate task of demolishing the cracked section without damaging adjacent sound wall. They use wooden wedges and careful hammer work to separate stones, salvaging those that are undamaged for reuse. The mortar has only been setting for 2 weeks and remains relatively soft, making this demolition easier than it would be months from now. The demolition reveals another issue. Some of the mortar in the wall core has not been properly worked, leaving voids and air pockets. This represents sloppy work by laborers who were filling the core space without adequate supervision. Master William addresses this immediately, gathering the entire workforce to explain the importance of thoroughly filling the core. He explains that the wall's strength depends not just on the faced stones, but on the mass and integrity of the core. This teaching moment illustrates an important aspect of medieval construction. Most workers are not educated in the principles of structural engineering. They follow instructions without necessarily understanding why those instructions matter. A master mason must educate his workforce, helping them understand how their individual tasks contribute to the whole. Why cutting corners creates dangers that may not manifest until years later. The wooden piles for the foundation reinforcement arrive, cut from straight oak trees and sharpened to points. Workers position them over the compressed fill and begin driving them into the ground using a pile driver, a heavy weight lifted by rope and dropped repeatedly onto the pile top. The rhythmic boom of the pile driver echoes across the construction site, drawing curious observers who come to watch this unusual operation. Each pile must be driven until it refuses to go deeper, indicating it has reached firm bearing. The workers count the blows required for the final foot of penetration. a rough measure of the soil's load-bearing capacity. Master William watches carefully, ensuring that the piles are driven to adequate depth and spacing. This work will not be visible once the wall is rebuilt, but it is critical to preventing future settlement. While the foundation work proceeds, other parts of the construction site continue normal operations. The castle is large enough that problems in one area need not halt work everywhere. Stone layers continue building wall sections that are proceeding smoothly. Carpenters work on roof framing for completed towers. The blacksmith repairs tools. This compartmentalization of work allows progress to continue despite localized setbacks. Another challenge emerges in a different area. The timber scaffolding near the main gate has begun to lean noticeably, pushed by the prevailing wind against the exposed height of the tower rising there. The scaffolders must add diagonal bracing to stiffen the structure, working carefully because the instability makes the scaffold dangerous to climb. This is delicate work, adding strength without first dismantling the unstable section and losing access to the wall. Weather presents constant challenges that demand adaptation. A sudden rainstorm arrives in mid-afternoon, forcing work to stop as mortar becomes too wet and stone surfaces turn slippery. The workers retreat to shelters, waiting for the rain to pass. Master William uses this forced pause to discuss upcoming work with his senior masons, planning the complex stonework required for the main gate arch. When the rain ends, workers must bail water from mortar troughs before fresh batches can be mixed. They must wipe standing water from the wall tubs, where the next courses of stone will be placed. Wet stone and wet mortar do not bond as well as dry surfaces, so work proceeds cautiously until everything has dried somewhat. These weather delays are factored into Master William's planning, understanding that perfect conditions are rare and that construction must accommodate the reality of variable weather. A delivery of stone from the quarry arrives with several blocks that are clearly substandard, containing obvious cracks or soft spots. Master William rejects these stones, sending them back to the quarry with a sharp message for the quarry master. This rejection creates short-term delays because the wall builders had planned to use those stones today, but accepting poor materials would create long-term problems far worse than a day's delay. The rejected stones illustrate the constant tension in medieval construction between speed and quality, between controlling costs and ensuring durability. The lord paying for the castle wants it completed quickly and cheaply. Master William is responsible for building something that will stand for generations, that will protect its inhabitants, that will reflect well on his professional reputation. He must balance these sometimes conflicting priorities, knowing when to insist on his standards and when to accept compromise. As the day ends, the foundation problem has been addressed. The cracked wall section is cleared, and preparations are complete for rebuilding tomorrow. The scaffold bracing has been installed and tested. The rejected stones have been removed from the site. Every problem that emerged today has been met with a solution, or at least a plan for a solution. You begin to see that the master mason's role is less about building with his own hands and more about solving an endless series of problems, each unique, yet similar to problems he has solved before. His value lies in his accumulated experience, his ability to diagnose issues quickly, his knowledge of which solutions work and which fail. He is simultaneously engineer, manager, teacher, and pragmatic problem solver. Beyond the stone and mortar, beyond the technical challenges and engineering solutions, you discover that castle construction is fundamentally a human endeavor, shaped by the personalities, relationships, and daily struggles of the people involved. Consider Walter, a stone layer in his mid-30s, a journeyman mason who has worked on this castle for 3 years. He is skilled and reliable, capable of laying stone to exacting standards without constant supervision. Walter comes from a family of craftsmen. His father was a carpenter, his uncle a blacksmith, He chose masonry because the work seemed steady and the pay better than farming. Walter has a wife and 3 children, living in a village 2 miles from the construction site. He walks to work each morning and returns each evening, a routine that has defined his life for these 3 years. On his wages of 2 pennies per day, he supports his family adequately by medieval standards. They are not wealthy, but they are not starving either. His children will likely enter trades themselves, perhaps one becoming a mason like his father. You watch Walter work, noting the pride he takes in his craft. When he places a stone, he takes time to ensure it is perfectly level and properly aligned. He could work faster with slightly less care, but that is not his nature. He was taught that work worth doing is worth doing well, and that teaching guides his hands. His personal mark, a simple W scratched into each stone he sets, will remain visible for centuries, a tiny signature declaring his presence in this massive project. Walter has a friend on the site, another mason named John, and they often work as partners, developing the unspoken coordination that makes their combined efforts more efficient than their individual capabilities. They eat their midday meal together, discussing their families, their hopes for the coming harvest, the progress of the construction. This friendship makes the long days more bearable, providing social connection in the midst of demanding physical labor. Not all relationships on the construction site are friendly. You observe tension between a young apprentice named Robert and his master, an older mason named Jeffrey. Jeffrey is a harsh teacher, quick to criticize and slow to praise. Robert tries hard, but seems unable to satisfy Jeffrey's exacting standards. The apprentice's hands are clumsy when the master watches, becoming more skilled only when Jeffrey looks away. This difficult apprenticeship relationship illustrates a common pattern. Some masters are natural teachers who guide their apprentices with patience and encouragement. Others, perhaps scarred by their own harsh apprenticeships, pass along the same severity they received. Robert must endure this 7-year apprenticeship, regardless of his master's temperament. He has no choice but to learn, to persist, to gradually develop the skills that will eventually make him a journeyman. Among the laborers, the lowest status workers on site, you find different dynamics. These men mostly come from local villages, performing unskilled work that requires strength but little training. Many are farmers who seek construction work during seasons when agricultural labor is less demanding. They view this work as temporary, a way to earn extra money before returning to their fields. The laborers form loose associations based on which village they come from, natural groupings that provide mutual support and social structure. Men from the same village tend to work together, to look out for each other, to share food and sometimes tools. These informal networks help workers navigate the complex social environment of a large construction site. Overseeing much of the labor is a foreman named Richard, a man promoted from the ranks of laborers due to his reliability and his ability to organize and motivate others. Richard cannot read or write, but he has a good memory for faces and names, for who works hard and who slacks off. He moves among the laborers constantly, assigning tasks, checking progress, occasionally stepping in to help with a particularly difficult lift or move. Richard's position is precarious in some ways. He must maintain the respect of the laborers, men he recently worked alongside, while also satisfying the demands of Master William and the clerk of works who want steady progress. He must push workers to maintain productivity without pushing so hard that they become resentful or exhausted. This balance requires social intelligence and constant attention to the mood and energy of his crew. The clerk of works, a literate man named Edmund, who serves the Lord's interests on the construction site, represents yet another social layer. Edmund keeps written records, tracking expenditures, recording deliveries, noting the daily count of workers, and their wages. He serves as the Lord's eyes and ears, ensuring that money is spent appropriately and that work proceeds according to expectations. Edmund has an uneasy relationship with Master William. The clerk wants to control costs, sometimes questioning expenditures that the Master Mason considers necessary. Edmund thinks in terms of immediate expenses, while Master William thinks in terms of long-term quality and durability. These different perspectives create friction that must be carefully managed to prevent open conflict that would disrupt the entire project. You observe a meeting between Master William, Edmund, and the Lord Steward, who has arrived to inspect progress and review accounts. Master William explains the foundation problem discovered earlier, the decision to demolish and rebuild a section of wall, the additional expense this will require. Edmund raises concerns about the cost. The steward listens to both sides, asks questions, then supports Master William's judgment, understanding that the Master Mason's expertise justifies trusting his decisions. This meeting illustrates how medieval construction projects required negotiation and compromise among people with different priorities and perspectives. The process worked, not because everyone agreed, but because roles and authorities were clearly defined and generally respected. Master William had authority over technical decisions. Edmund had authority over financial records. The steward had ultimate authority to resolve disputes. This clear hierarchy prevented chaos even when disagreements emerged. Among the workers, you notice small acts of kindness and cooperation that make the work environment more humane. When an older laborer struggles to lift a heavy basket of stone chips, a younger man quietly steps in to help without being asked. When a mason cuts his hand on a sharp stone edge, another mason shares ointment from his personal kit. These small gestures, multiplied across many workers over many days, create a social fabric that binds the workforce together. The construction side also has its share of conflict and competition. Two stone cutters argue over who should receive a particular piece of fine quality stone, each wanting to use it for a visible portion of the castle where his work will be noticed. Master William resolves the dispute by assigning the stone to the more experienced cutter, a decision that satisfies neither man, but establishes clear criteria for future similar situations. As the castle rises, certain tasks require specialists whose skills go beyond general masonry and carpentry. You begin to observe these specialists as they arrive at the construction site to perform their particular crafts, each contributing unique expertise to the overall project. The first specialist to arrive this week is a master carpenter who will oversee construction of the wooden roof structures for the towers. Master William is expert in stonework, but defers to the carpenter's superior knowledge of timber framing. The carpenter examines the tower tops, already built to the desired height, and begins calculating the dimensions and angles needed for the complex roof frames. Medieval roof carpentry is a sophisticated craft requiring three-dimensional geometric thinking and precise joinery. The carpenter must design a frame that will support the weight of roof tiles or slates, resist wind loads, shed water effectively, and last for decades with minimal maintenance. He works without detailed drawings, carrying the design in his experienced mind, translating it directly into timber layouts and cutting patterns. You watch as the carpenter selects timbers from a pile delivered specifically for roof work. He chooses straight-grained oak for the principal rafters, pieces that must span considerable distances without sagging. He examines each timber carefully, rejecting pieces with excessive knots or sign of rot. For smaller components, he selects less perfect pieces, understanding how to use available materials efficiently while maintaining structural integrity. The joinery technique the carpenter employs is mortise and tenon, cutting matching slots and projections that fit together and lock the frame into a rigid hole. Each joint is cut by hand with saws and chisels, requiring skill to achieve the tight fit necessary for strength. The carpenter marks each joint with Roman numerals scratched into the wood, a system that will allow the frame to be assembled correctly when raised into position. Another specialist appears at the site, a lead worker who will create the roofing and flashing that keeps water out of the completed buildings. Lead is expensive, but its malleability and durability make it ideal for roofing applications. The lead worker brings sheets of lead, poured and rolled at a specialist facility, ready to be cut and shaped for installation. Working with lead requires different skills than working with stone or wood. The lead worker heats lead gently to make it more pliable, then shapes it around complex roof intersections and penetrations. He solders joints using a copper iron heated in a small brazier, creating watertight seams. The work is slow and detailed, each piece custom fitted to its location. A glazier arrives to begin installing glass in the castle's windows. Glass is a luxury material in medieval times, expensive and difficult to produce. Only the most important windows will receive glass. Lesser windows will be covered with wooden shutters or oiled cloth that admits light while blocking weather. The glazier brings pieces of glass each approximately 6 inches square, thick and slightly irregular, but treasured for their ability to admit light while keeping out wind and rain. The glazier sets the glass pieces into lead strips called comps, creating a framework that holds the glass while allowing some flexibility to accommodate building movement. He uses a special cement to seal the gaps between glass and lead, preventing water infiltration. The assembled window panels are then fitted into stone window surrounds, secured with iron bars to prevent the wind from pushing them out. You observe a specialist mason arrive to carve decorative elements for the chapel being built within the castle complex. This carver possesses skills far beyond those of the general masons. He can transform stone into delicate tracery, figures, and ornamental patterns. His tools are finer than those used for general work, small chisels that allow precise control. The carver works slowly, often spending days on a single capital or corbel. He begins with rough shaping, blocking out the general form, then gradually refines the details, bringing the stone to life with patient, careful work. He works from drawings provided by the architect, but he also improvises, adding flourishes and adjustments that improve the design. His artistic sensibility combines with technical skill to create work that transcends mere craftsmanship. The blacksmith, though present at the site from the beginning, reveals specialized skills beyond simple tool repair. He creates custom iron fittings for doors and gates, hinges that must be both strong and precisely fitted. He forges decorative ironwork, scrolls and patterns that combine function with beauty. He produces nails and spikes by the thousand, each one individually forged at his anvil. You watch the blacksmith work at his portable forge, heating iron in charcoal fire until it glows orange, then hammering it on his anvil with rhythmic blows that shape the metal. Sparks fly with each strike. The blacksmith's movements are economical and practiced, each hammer blow placed exactly where needed. He works in a constant cycle of heating, hammering, and cooling, gradually transforming raw iron into finished components. A tooler appears when the first roof sections are ready for their final covering. Medieval roof tiles are made of fired clay, each tile formed by hand and baked in a kiln. The tailor brings thousands of tiles, sorted by size and quality. He begins laying them from the bottom of the roof upward, overlapping each course to create a water-shedding surface. Mortar secures the tiles to the wooden battens underneath. The work requires attention to detail and a good eye for alignment. The courses must run straight and parallel, with consistent overlap between tiles. Individual tiles must be trimmed to fit at edges and penetrations. The tiler uses a special hammer with a sharp edge to score tiles, then snaps them cleanly along the score line. Despite the repetitive nature of the work, each tile placement requires small judgments and adjustments. A specialized mason arrives to build the fireplaces and chimneys that will heat the castle's interior space. Fireplace construction requires understanding how to create proper draft, how to size the opening and flue for efficient burning, how to protect surrounding structures from fire damage. The fireplace mason brings specially made fire-resistant bricks for the firebox, materials that can withstand repeated heating and cooling without cracking. He builds the firebox carefully, ensuring that all joints are tight and that the structure slopes correctly to prevent smoke from backing into the room. The chimney rises through the building, requiring careful coordination with the overall structure to avoid conflicts with floors and roof framing. The mason installs smoke chambers and dampers, features that control airflow and improve heating efficiency. Time passes steadily at the construction site, and you notice how the changing seasons bring different challenges and rhythms to the work. The castle construction has now been proceeding for nearly 2 years, and you have witnessed it through multiple cycles of weather and seasonal variation. Winter arrives with shorter days and harsher conditions. The work slows, but does not completely stop. Frost prevents mortar from setting properly, so stone laying becomes difficult or impossible on the coldest days. Master William adapts by shifting more workers to tasks that can proceed in cold weather. Stone cutting continues in the mason's lodge, which has been partially enclosed and fitted with braziers that provide some warmth. The stone cutters work with cold, stiffened fingers, but they can still shape stone, even when temperatures drop below freezing. The winter workforce shrinks as workers return to their villages for the season. Many of the laborers are farmers who need to attend to winter tasks, repairing tools and buildings, preparing for spring planting. Only the core skilled workers remain, along with enough laborers to move materials and perform essential support tasks. The construction site takes on a quieter, more intimate atmosphere, with fewer people present. You notice how Master William uses the winter months for planning and preparation. He reviews the overall design with the Lord Steward, discussing changes and refinements for the coming year's work. He inventories tools and materials, determining what must be ordered or repaired before spring. He trains apprentices more intensively, having more time to devote to teaching when the pace of actual construction slows. Snow presents particular challenges. When it falls heavily, work stops completely for a day or two. Workers must shovel snow from scaffolding platforms before they can be safely used. Stone buried under snowdrifts must be uncovered. The roads from the quarry become difficult or impassable, halting stone deliveries until the weather improves. Medieval construction simply accepts these interruptions as inevitable. On the coldest days, when mortar work is impossible, Master William assigns workers to demolish a section of wall that was poorly built the previous summer. The faulty work has bothered him through the autumn, and winter provides an opportunity to correct it without the pressure of maintaining maximum construction pace. The demolished stones are salvaged and stockpiled for reuse once weather permits laying stone again. Spring arrives gradually, marked by longer days, warmer temperatures, and the return of workers who spent winter in their villages. The construction site comes back to life, swelling to its full workforce as seasonal agricultural workers return seeking wages before planting season demands their attention. Energy and optimism pervade the site, everyone eager to make progress after the slow winter months. The spring thaw creates its own problems. Frost has been working in the ground throughout winter, and as it melts, the earth becomes saturated and unstable. Foundation trenches dug the previous autumn have partially collapsed in places, requiring repair before building can continue. Roads turn to mud, making stone transport difficult until the ground dries. Workers spend the first weeks of spring doing maintenance and repair, preparing the site for the intensive building season ahead. Master William takes advantage of spring weather to stockpile materials. He orders maximum stone deliveries from the quarry, building up reserves that will carry through summer, when construction pace will be highest. Lime is ordered in large quantities, allowed to age in pits where it will mature, and be ready for mortar making by midsummer. Timber is delivered and stacked to season, improving its stability for later use in carpentry. Summer brings ideal construction conditions, long days, and generally dry weather that allow maximum progress. The wall rises rapidly now, course after course of stone set in place in steady rhythm. All parts of the construction site operate at full capacity. Stone cutters work from dawn until dusk. Mortar makers produce batch after batch. Stone layers build continuously, taking advantage of every hour of daylight. You notice the intensity of summer work. There is pressure to accomplish as much as possible during these optimal months, knowing that autumn will bring shorter days and variable weather, and winter will slow everything again. Master William pushes his crews, but also watches carefully for signs of dangerous fatigue. A tired worker on a scaffold 40 feet above ground is an accident waiting to happen. The heat of summer creates different challenges. Mortar dries too quickly in hot sun, becoming difficult to work. Workers must wet the stone before laying mortar, preventing the stone from drawing moisture out of the mortar too rapidly. The mortar makers add extra water to their mixes, compensating for evaporation. Awnings are rigged over work areas, providing shade that improves working conditions and mortar performance. Water becomes critical in summer heat. The well serving the construction site is supplemented by barrels of water brought from a nearby stream. Workers drink frequently, preventing the heat exhaustion that could otherwise disable them. The water carriers work constantly, barely able to keep up with demand. Some workers begin their day before dawn. Accomplishing heavy work before midday heat becomes oppressive, then shift to lighter tasks during the hottest hours. Autumn arrives with beautiful weather initially. Clear, cool days, ideal for construction. Master William drives the work forward, knowing winter approaches. There is a race against time to complete certain sections before frost makes mortar work impossible. The wall sections must reach their full height. The towers must be capped. Roofs must be completed on buildings where interior work will continue through winter. The autumn workforce gradually shrinks as agricultural workers depart for harvest. The construction site must release them, knowing they will return next spring. Master William adjusts his work plans, focusing the remaining workers on critical tasks, accepting that some less essential work will wait until spring. Priorities become clearer, determined by what must be weather-tight before winter and what can safely wait. You watch as carpenters rush to complete roof framing and covering on the Great Hall, working long hours to beat the autumn rains. Tilers work furiously, covering as much roof area as possible. The lead worker installs flashing at critical intersections. Inside the roofed spaces, other workers begin finishing tasks that can continue through winter, plastering walls, laying floor tiles, building interior partitions. The changing seasons reveal that medieval construction is not a continuous steady process, but rather a cyclical one. Intense activity, alternating with slower periods. The overall progress measured not in months, but in years. The castle emerges gradually from the earth, shaped by countless hands working through changing conditions, adapting to what each season offers and demands. While the exterior walls and towers have captured your attention, the interior spaces of the castle are also taking form, revealing how medieval people created functional living and working environments within the massive stone structure. You enter the Great Hall, the social heart of the castle, where the roof is now complete and interior work progresses. The hall is a large rectangular space approximately 60 feet long and 30 feet wide, with high ceilings supported by timber beams. These beams, massive oak logs hewn square, span the width of the hall, resting on stone corbels built into the walls. Carpenters work on the floor, laying oak planks over floor joists. The wood is green, recently cut, and it will shrink and warp somewhat as it seasons, but this is accepted as normal. The floorboards are thick, 2 inches or more, substantial enough to support heavy furniture and many people. The carpenters fit the boards tightly together, securing them to the joists with large iron nails forged by the blacksmith. You notice the fireplace being constructed at one end of the hall, a massive stone structure that will provide heat during cold months. The fireplace opening is large enough to stand in, designed to burn entire logs rather than cut firewood. The mason building, it explains that the size is not merely for show, but serves practical purpose, creating enough draft to draw smoke up the chimney while radiating heat into the room from the large fire that can be maintained. The walls of the Great Hall are being plastered, transforming the rough stone interior into smooth white surfaces. Plasterers work from scaffolding, applying a base coat of lime plaster mixed with animal hair that provides tensile strength. This base coat, called the scratch coat, is scored with grooves that will help the final smooth coat adhere. The work is skilled and physically demanding, requiring the plasterer to apply material evenly across large areas while working overhead and at awkward angles. You watch as a plasterer mixes his material in a wooden trough, combining slaked lime with sand and water to achieve a consistency he judges by feel. Too wet, and the plaster slumps off the wall. Too dry, and it fails to adhere properly. The right consistency comes from experience, a knowledge held in muscles and hands, rather than written in books. He applies the plaster with a wooden trowel, spreading it smooth, working quickly before it begins to set. Windows in the Great Hall are being fitted with their frames and shutters. The window openings are large, designed to admit maximum light into this important spaces. The frames are made of oak, carefully fitted to the stone openings, secured with iron spikes driven into the masonry. The shutters, hung on iron hinges, he says, can be closed against weather or opened to admit light and air. Only a few windows will receive glass, reserved for the most prominent openings, where the expense can be justified. At the opposite end of the hall from the fireplace, a raised platform is being constructed. This dais is where the Lord will sit during meals and gatherings, elevated above the rest of the hall, to emphasize his status. The platform is about 18 inches high, built of stone faced with wood. Behind it, a decorative screen is being carved, wooden panels that will separate the high table from a service passage behind. In the kitchen, located in a separate building to reduce fire danger to the main castle, workers are building the massive hearths and ovens needed for food preparation. The kitchen must be able to cook for potentially hundreds of people during major gatherings, requiring substantial infrastructure. Multiple hearths allow different cooking activities to proceed simultaneously. A large bake oven, built of fire brick with a domed top, occupies one wall. You observe masons constructing the oven, building up courses of specialized brick that can withstand the intense heat of bread baking. The interior of the oven is carefully shaped, creating even heat distribution. A small opening at the front allows the baker to insert and remove loaves using a long paddle. A separate firebox heats the oven, and once the proper temperature is reached, the fire is raked out and bread inserted to bake in the retained heat. The castle chapel, a small sacred space within the complex, receives special attention. The stonework here is finer than in most areas, with dressed stones carefully selected for consistent color and texture. The chapel walls are being prepared for painted decoration, plastered exceptionally smooth to receive the artist's work. A specialist has been commissioned to paint religious scenes But that work will come later after the plaster has fully cured. Windows in the chapel are being fitted with colored glass, a significant expense that reflects the importance of this space. The glazier assembles small pieces of colored glass into geometric patterns, creating windows that transform sunlight into pools of colored light on the floor. The effect is beautiful and creates an atmosphere of sacred mystery appropriate to the space's function. In the residential chambers where the Lord's family will live, workers are building more intimate spaces. These rooms are smaller than the Great Hall, designed for privacy rather than public gathering. Fireplaces are being installed in each chamber, smaller than the Great Hall fireplace, but still substantial. Some rooms are being fitted with garderobes, medieval toilets that consist of stone seats with holes opening to chutes that carry waste down and out of the building. The construction of garderobes reveals medieval approaches to sanitation. The chutes are built into the thickness of the exterior walls, opening through the wall base where waste falls into a pit or moat below. The system is simple but effective, providing indoor sanitation that was a luxury in medieval times. The stone seats are cold but functional, and curtains will provide privacy. Storage spaces are being created throughout the castle. Recognition that a medieval household requires substantial space for food, ale, tools, weapons, and the countless other items needed for daily life and defense. Some storage rooms are at ground level, accessible for heavy items. Others are in basement spaces excavated beneath the buildings, cool areas ideal for storing food. These cellars are being fitted with wooden shelving and bins. The stairs connecting different levels of the castle are being completed, spiral staircases built within circular towers. These stairs rise clockwise as you ascend, a defensive feature that advantages defenders coming down the stairs. A right-handed attacker climbing the stairs has his sword arm toward the central column, where there is no room to swing, while a defender coming down has his sword arm free toward the outer wall, where there is space to fight. The castle construction has now been proceeding for nearly 5 years, and you sense that the end approaches. The major structures are complete, walls standing full height, towers capped with their conical roofs, the Great Hall weathertight and functional. Work continues on finishing details and minor buildings, but the massive effort of the initial construction is winding down. You walk the perimeter wall with Master William, now showing his age after 5 years of constant physical and mental demands. He points out features with evident pride, explaining the challenges overcome and decisions made. Here is the section rebuilt after the foundation problem. There is the tower where scaffold nearly collapsed in high wind. Everywhere he looks, he sees memories of problems solved and work accomplished. The castle stands as testimony to the collective effort of hundreds of workers over thousands of days. Master William tries to calculate the total amount of stone used, estimating perhaps 60,000 blocks, each one quarried, transported, cut, and placed by human hands. The mortar that binds them, tons and tons of lime mixed with sand, represents the work of mortar makers through countless days. The timbers in the roofs, the iron fittings, the lead roofing, all products of specialized labor. You stand on the wall walk, the path along the top of the wall, looking out across the landscape. From this height, you can see for miles, understanding why this location was chosen. The castle commands the surrounding territory, its defensive strength obvious from its elevated position and massive construction. But you also understand the human cost of creating this strength, the backs bent with labor, the fingers crushed between stones, the feet slipped from scaffolds. The workforce has already begun to shrink. With the major construction complete, Master William needs fewer workers. The stone layers are moving to other projects, carrying their tools and skills to wherever castles or cathedrals or bridges are being built. Some will work on this site for another year, completing details and minor structures, but the peak employment is past. Master William reflects on the project, discussing it with you as you watch the sunset paint the new stone walls golden. He talks about what went well and what he would do differently on his next project. Every castle teaches him something, he says, refining his understanding of structure and materials and the management of complex work. He is already thinking ahead to the next commission, though he is tired and would welcome a rest first. You think about the individual workers who contributed to this castle. Walter the stone layer, who has set thousands of stones over 5 years. Robert the apprentice, who arrived clumsy and uncertain, but leaves as a competent journeyman. The quarrymen who spent years splitting stone from the earth. The ox drivers who made countless trips transporting materials. Each one contributed essential effort to the whole. The castle will stand for centuries, you realize, long after everyone who built it has died and been forgotten. Future generations will use these spaces, walk these walls, live within this protection, with little thought for the hands that created it. This is both melancholy and inspiring. The idea that human effort can create something that outlasts individual lives, becoming part of the permanent landscape. As night falls, you think about sleep and rest, about how these thoughts of stone and mortar and patient labor blend into quieter reflections. The castle is nearly complete, the great work nearly done. The workers will return to their villages, to their families, to other projects in other places. Master William will move on to his next commission. The Lord will move into his new castle, beginning the life it was built to support. You imagine the castle in future years, through seasons and decades and centuries. You see it occupied and defended, besieged perhaps and holding. You see it peacefully inhabited, hosting feasts and ceremonies. You see it aging gracefully, the stone weathering but enduring, the mortar slowly hardening to stone-line strength. You see it becoming history, the individual stories of its construction fading into legend and then being forgotten, but the physical structure remaining. Your breathing slows, matching the patient rhythm of the stonework, each breath like another block set in place, building something solid, something that will endure. The castle emerges from these thoughts, stone by stone, breath by breath, fading now into the soft darkness, becoming dream. The work is complete, the story told. The medieval workers rest. You rest. Sleep comes. Sweet dream. Hey guys! Tonight we are embarking on something special. A full 2-hour journey through the intricate world of HMS Victory, the most famous sailing warship ever built. Before we begin tonight's journey, take a moment to settle yourself comfortably. Adjust your pillow. Pull your blanket a little higher. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears. We have time. All the time you need. Picture this. The year is 1700. You are standing in the New Forest of southern England. All around you, ancient oak trees stretch toward a gray English sky. These trees are not just trees, they are future warships. Each massive trunk, each curved branch, is destined to become part of a floating fortress. The air smells of damp earth and moss. Rain drips from leaves overhead. Your boots sink into soft ground with each step. Somewhere in this forest, perhaps in a tree you are looking at right now, pieces of HMS Victory are already growing. They just do not know it yet. So before you get comfortable, and I mean really comfortable because we are in for the long haul, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your location and what time it is there. I see you. 3 a.m. squad. For those using this for sleep, I have designed the pacing to gradually slow over our 2 hours together. Hour 1 will keep you engaged. And by hour 2, well, sweet dreams. Now dim those lights. Set your sleep timer if you are wise. Maybe turn on that fan for white noise. And let us ease into tonight's marathon journey together. You are walking through the New Forest in the early 1700s. The British Royal Navy needs oak. Lots of oak. To build one first-rate ship of the line requires approximately 2,000 oak trees. Think about that number. 2,000 trees. Each tree took perhaps a century to grow. Each tree was carefully selected by surveyors who walked these same paths you walk now. The surveyors carried notebooks and chalk. They marked trees with specific characteristics. A trunk that curved naturally could become a knee, the L-shaped timber that connected a ship's deck beams to its sides. A straight trunk became planking or deck beams. Nothing was wasted. Even the smallest branches found purpose aboard ship. You stop beside a particularly massive oak. Its trunk is perhaps 6 feet across. This tree was already old when William Shakespeare was writing plays. Now it will become part of a warship. The surveyor marked it with chalk months ago. Soon woodcutters will arrive with their axes and saws. The felling of a great oak is a multi-day affair. First, the woodcutters clear the area around the tree. They study the lean of the trunk, the direction of prevailing winds, the position of other trees. One mistake could destroy the timber or kill a man. Then they begin to chop. The sound of axes biting into wood echoes through the forest. Chips fly. The tree groans. After hours of work, a final series of strikes. A cracking sound like thunder. The tree begins to fall. Men shout and run. The oak crashes down with a sound that shakes the ground beneath your feet. But the tree is not yet timber. Not really. It must be trimmed of branches, cut into rough sections, and dragged from the forest by teams of horses. The horses strain against their harnesses. Their hooves churn mud. Men shout encouragement. The log moves slowly, so slowly along forest tracks worn deep by decades of similar journeys. The timber goes to a seasoning yard. Here it will rest for years. Yes, years. Oak must dry properly, or it will warp and crack when used. The seasoning yard is a field of massive logs arranged in careful stacks. Air flows between them. Rain and sun and wind do their slow work. The wood changes color, from fresh pale yellow to deeper brown. It becomes harder, stronger, more stable. You walk among the seasoning logs. Some have been here 3 years, some 5, some 7. Each log is marked with dates and measurements. Shipwrights visit regularly to check their condition. They press their hands against the wood, feeling for moisture. They study the grain. They are in no hurry. A warship must last decades. The timber must be perfect. While timber seasons, plans are being drawn. In the Admiralty offices in London, naval architects bend over drafting tables. They design ships using mathematics and experience passed down through generations. The plans specify every dimension: the length of the keel, the width of the beam, the height of the masts, the thickness of planking. Everything must be calculated precisely. These plans take months to complete. The architects argue over details. Should the gun ports be 3 inches higher? Should the stern be more rounded? Each decision affects how the ship will sail, how it will fight, how it will survive storms. The architects know that men will live and die based on their choices. By the 1750s, the Royal Navy decided it needed a new first-rate ship of the line. First-rate meant the largest category. 100 guns or more, 3 full decks of cannons, a crew of 800 men. These ships were the capital ships of their era. They dominated battle lines. Their presence could change the course of wars. The decision was made. The ship would be called Victory. It was not the first HMS Victory. The Royal Navy had used the name before. This would be the 6th ship to bear that proud name. But this Victory would outlive all the others. This Victory would become legend. In 1759, the order was given, build Victory. The Admiralty selected Chatham Dockyard as the construction site. Chatham was one of the Royal Navy's principal shipyards, located on the River Medway in Kent. The dockyard had been building warships since the time of Henry VIII. It had the facilities, the skilled workers, and the experience needed for such an ambitious project. The master shipwright at Chatham was a man named John Locke. He received the commission with a mixture of pride and anxiety. Building a first-rate ship was the pinnacle of his profession. It was also an enormous challenge. Everything had to be perfect. The Navy's reputation, the safety of future crews, the success of future battles, all depended on the quality of his work. Locke studied the plans sent from London. He made lists of materials needed. Oak, of course. Elm for the keel. Pine for masts. Iron for fittings and bolts. Copper for sheathing the hull below the waterline. Canvas for sails. Rope, miles and miles of rope. The quantities were staggering. He assembled his team, master carpenters who had built ships their entire lives, apprentices learning the trade, sawyers who could cut massive logs into precise planks, caulkers who would seal every seam, riggers who would install the complex web of ropes. Each man knew his role. Each man took pride in his craft. The dockyard hummed with activity. Wagons arrived daily carrying seasoned timber from yards across southern England. The oak that had rested for years was finally ready for its transformation. Workers unloaded the logs and stacked them near the building slip, the sloped area where the ship would take shape. You stand at the edge of the building slip on a morning in 1759. The slip is empty now, just bare ground, sloping gently down toward the river. But soon this space will hold the largest ship you have ever seen. The air smells of sawdust and river water. Seagulls cry overhead. The sounds of hammers and saws come from workshops nearby. The great work is about to begin. The building slip at Chatham Dockyard is unlike any construction site you have ever seen. It slopes at a carefully calculated angle toward the River Medway. This slope is critical. When the ship is complete, it will slide down these ways into the water for the first time. Too steep, and the launch becomes uncontrollable. Too shallow, and the ship will not veer. The shipwrights know the correct angle through generations of experience. The first task is preparing the slip itself. Workers dig down to solid ground. They cannot build on soft earth. The weight of a first-rate ship, even incomplete, is immense. Victory will weigh more than 3,000 tons when finished. The slip must support this weight without settling or shifting. They lay massive timbers called groundways. These run lengthwise down the slip, parallel to each other. On top of the groundways they place sliding way, heavily greased with tallow and sop. When launch day comes, the ship will rest on these sliding ways and glide into the river. But that day is years away. For now, the ways are just the foundation. You watch as workers prepare the building cradle. This is a framework of timber that will support the ship during construction. The cradle must be enormously strong. It must hold the growing weight of thousands of oak pieces as they are fitted together. It must allow workers to access every part of the hull. The cradle itself is a marvel of carpentry. Master shipwright John Locke arrives at the slip each morning before dawn. He carries the plans rolled under his arm. These plans, drawn on several large sheets of paper, are his Bible. Every measurement comes from these drawings. Every angle is specified. Locke spreads the plans on a makeshift table and studies them by lantern light before his workers arrive. The first piece of any ship is the keel. The keel is the backbone, the central timber running from bow to stern along the bottom of the hull. For Victory, the keel is not a single piece. No tree grows large enough. Instead, the keel is constructed from several massive elm timbers, joined end to end with elaborate scarf joints. Why elm instead of oak? Elm resists rot better when constantly submerged in water. Oak is stronger, but elm lasts longer underwater. The shipwrights understand these properties intimately. Every wood has its purpose. The keel sections arrive on wagons, each pulled by teams of 8 horses. Each section weighs several tons. Workers unload them, using a crane powered by a tread wheel. Men walk inside a large wooden wheel. Like hamsters, their weight, turning the wheel and operating the crane. It is hard, dangerous work. One mistake and a keel section could fall, crushing anyone beneath. The first keel section is positioned on the building cradle. With incredible precision, Locke himself checks the alignment. He uses plumb lines and measuring rods. The keel must be perfectly straight and level, or every piece attached to it will be misaligned. He checks and rechecks. Finally satisfied, he signals for the timber to be secured temporarily. The second keel section must join the first with a scarf joint. A scarf joint is an overlapping joint where the ends of 2 timbers are cut at matching angles, fitted together, and bolted. The joint is as strong as a single piece of wood if done correctly. The cuts must be precise. Shipwrights mark the cuts with chalk lines. Then sawyers go to work. They use long 2-man saws, one sawyer standing on top of the timber, one below in a pit. This is called pit sawing. The saw blade is 6 feet long. The men pull it up and down in a rhythm they have perfected over years. Sawdust rains down on the man in the pit. It is miserable work, but essential. The cuts take days. Each surface must be flat and smooth. The angle must be exact. When the cuts are complete, workers offer up the second keel section. They slide it into position against the first. The scarf joint mates together. Locke inspects the fit. There should be no gaps. The surfaces should meet perfectly. He runs his hand along the joint. Satisfied, he orders it bolted. The bolts are ironed, each one forged by hand in the dockyard smithy. They are driven through holes drilled through both timber sections. The holes are drilled by hand augers, twisted by men straining with effort. Each bolt is an inch thick and 18 inches wide. The bolts are driven through with sledgehammers. When fully driven, the bolt heads are clenched over, permanently locking the joint together. Section by section, the keel grows. By the end of the first month, the entire keel is assembled. It stretches 151 feet along the building slip. You stand at one end and look toward the other. It seems impossibly long, yet this is only the beginning. Next comes the stem and stern post. The stem is the massive curved timber that forms the bow. The stern post does the same at the stern. These pieces are carefully selected for their natural curve. Remember those curved oak branches from the forest? This is where they come into their own. The stem is particularly impressive. It curves up from the keel at the bow, rising in a graceful arc. Multiple pieces are joined together to achieve the full height and curve. Each piece is called a stem piece. They stack on top of each other, overlapping and bolted, creating a structure of immense strength. Workers fit the stem pieces one at a time. The lowest piece joins to the keel with a complex joint called a boxing. The joint interlocks in multiple directions. When bolted together, it is virtually impossible to separate. The second stem piece overlaps the first. Again, scarf joints and iron bolts. The stem grows upward day by day. The stern post goes in next. It is straighter than the stem, but still substantial. At the lower end, it joins the keel. At the upper end, it will eventually support the entire stern structure of the ship. The stern post must be perfectly vertical. Locke checks it with plumb lines from multiple angles. With the keel, stem, and stern post in place, the ship has its basic outline. If you squint, You can almost imagine the final shape, but it is still just a skeleton. The real work is about to begin. The next stage is installing the frames. Frames are the ribs of the ship. They run up from the keel on both sides, defining the shape of the hull. A first-rate ship has dozens of frames, each one a complex assembly of curved timbers. Each frame is built from multiple pieces called futtocks. A complete frame might use 20 separate futtocks, overlapping and bolted together, to form a continuous rib from keel to deck level. The futtocks are carefully shaped to match the designed curve of the hull at that particular point. Finding naturally curved timbers for futtocks is why those forest surveyors were so important. A futtock needs a specific curve. Too much curve or too little, and it cannot be used. The right curve is rare and valuable. Each futtock represents years of tree growth to produce exactly that shape. The frames are assembled on the ground near the slip. Workers lay out the futtocks for one complete frame, checking that they fit together properly. They make adjustments, trimming here, reshaping there. When satisfied, they bolt the futtocks together. The completed frame is like a blind shape, sometimes 20 feet tall. Raising a frame is a major operation. The treadwheel crane lifts it. Workers guide it with ropes. The frame swings through the air. Men shout warnings. Slowly, carefully, the frame is lowered into position on the keel. It must fit precisely into notches cut in the keel. Locke directs the operation personally. The frame settles into place. Workers rush in to secure it temporarily. Frame by frame, the skeleton grows. Each frame is positioned a few feet from its neighbors. Ribbands, long strips of timber, are nailed across the outside of the frames to hold them in the correct position until planking begins. The ribbons also show the fair curve of the hull. If a frame is out of position, the ribbons will not lie smoothly against it. You walk along the building slip as frames multiply. The skeleton is starting to look like a ship. You can see the curve of the hull. You can imagine the size of the interior space. The structure is open to the ski foyer, all the frames standing like ribs exposed. Workers swarm over the structure. At any given time, 50 men might be working on Victory. Some are high up on scaffolding. Some work at deck level. Some are down in what will become the hold. The sound is constant. Hammers striking, saws cutting, men calling to each other. The smell of fresh-cut oak fills the air. The pace is deliberate, not rushed. Warship construction cannot be hurried. Quality matters more than speed. Locke inspects every joint. He runs his hands over every surface. He checks measurements constantly. If something is not right, he orders it rethrown. There are no shortcuts. Lives will depend on this ship. Months pass. The seasons turn. Summer heat makes the work exhausting. Winter cold makes iron tools painful to handle. Rain stops work on some days. But progress continues. The skeleton grows taller and longer. The shape becomes more defined. Victory is beginning to emerge from John Locke's careful supervision and his workers' skilled hands. By the second year of construction, HMS Victory's skeleton dominates the building slip at Chatham. You stand back far enough to take in the whole structure. The frames march from bow to stern in regular intervals, each one a complex assembly of futtocks bolted together. The overall effect is organic, like the ribcage of some massive sea creature. The spacing between frames is carefully calculated, too close together, and you waste timber and add unnecessary weight. Too far apart, and the hull lacks strength. The frames on Victory are positioned roughly 2 feet apart, center to center. Between each pair of frames is an open space, a gap that will later be filled with other structures. But before planking can begin, many other internal structures must be installed. The ship needs strength throughout its length. The frames alone are not sufficient. Additional timbers called knees, beams, and riders must be fitted to create a truly rigid structure. Knees are L-shaped timbers. Remember those curved oak branches from the New Forest? This is their moment. A knee connects two perpendicular timbers, reinforcing the joint. Victory requires hundreds of knees in various sizes. Each one is unique, shaped to fit a specific location. The lodging knees are particularly important. These connect the deck beams to the side frames. The deck beam runs horizontally across the ship. The frame runs vertically up the side. The angle between them is 90 degrees. A lodging knee fits into this right angle, bolted to both the beam and the frame, making the joint rigid. You watch workers fit a lodging knee. First, they position the deck beam. The beam is a massive piece of oak, perhaps 18 inches square in cross-section, and 30 feet long. It takes a dozen men to maneuver it. They slide it into place, resting on the top of the frames on both sides of the ship. The beam must be level. Workers check with simple tools, a straight edge and a plumb bob. Once the beam is positioned correctly, they temporarily support it. Then they offer up the lodging knee. The knee has been pre-shaped to fit this specific location. One arm of the L sits against the frame. The other arm sits against the beam. But the fit is never perfect on the first try. Workers mark where wood needs to be removed. They take the knee away, trim it, and try again. This process repeats until the knee fits snugly. No gaps are acceptable. The surfaces must mate completely. Wood against wood. Pressure distributed evenly. When the fit is perfect, workers drill holes for bolts. They use hand augers, twisting with both hands. The auger bit is spiral-shaped, pulling itself through the oak as it turns. It is hard work. Oak is dense, resistant. The holes go through the knee and into both the beam and the frame. Then the bolts are driven. These are iron bolts, forged in the dockyard smithy. Each bolt might be 1.5 inches in diameter and 2 feet long. Workers drive them through with sledgehammers, the ringing sound echoing across the dockyard. On the other side, a washer is placed over the protruding bolt end. Then a burr, a metal ring. Then the protruding end is hammered over, mushrooming it so the burr cannot come off. This is called clenching. A properly clenched bolt will never back out. It is permanent. Deck beams go in level by level. Victory will have several complete decks. The lowest is the orlop deck, below the water leason. Above that is the lower gun deck, then the middle gun deck, then the upper gun deck, then the forecastle and quarterdeck. Each level requires dozens of beams stretching from side to side. The beams are heavy. Moving them into position requires the crane and many workers. The beams must be level across the ship and must align properly from bow to stern. Locke checks every beam personally. He lays a straight edge on top. He uses a level. If a beam is even slightly off, he orders it adjusted. Between the deck beams, smaller timbers called carlings run fore and aft. Carlings connect the beams together, creating a grid. The grid provides support for the deck planking that will eventually be laid on top. The carlings are notched where they cross each beam. The notches interlock, creating a strong, rigid deck structure. As the internal structure grows, so does the need for vertical strength. The frames provide this to some extent, but additional reinforcements are needed. These are called riders. Riders are vertical timbers that run from the keelson up to the deck beams. The keelson is a massive timber that sits on top of the keel on the inside of the ship. It is essentially an internal keel, doubling the strength of the bottom of the ship. The keelson is bolted down through the keel and through the floors, which are timbers that cross the keel between frames. This creates a structure of immense strength at the very base of the ship. From this keelson, riders rise up. They are positioned between the frames. Workers shape them to fit the curve of the hull. At the top, they are bolted to deck beams. At the bottom, they are bolted to the keelson. When complete, The riders add significant vertical strength, preventing the hull from hogging, which is when the middle of the ship sags relative to the ends. You climb up inside the skeleton to the middle gun deck level. You can walk along the beams, though you must be careful. The spaces between beams are open to the deck below. Looking forward and aft, you see the repeating pattern of beams, carlings, and riders. The structure is elegant in its way. Every piece serves a purpose. Nothing is decorative. This is pure engineering, informed by centuries of experience. The sheer size of the interior spaces is remarkable. The lower gun deck will eventually hold 30 massive cannons, 15 on each side. There must be room for these guns, room for their crews, room for the guns to recoil when fired. The deck height is perhaps 6 feet, not tall by modern standards, but remember that people in the 18th century were generally shorter than today. Workers continue installing knees. There are hanging knees which support beams from below. There are lodging knees which support them from the side. There are dagger knees which are vertical rather than horizontal. Each type serves a specific structural function. Victory will contain more than 1,000 knees of various types when complete. The quality of the knees is critical. A knee must be made from a single curved piece of wood. It cannot be made from 2 pieces joined at the angle. The wood grain must follow the curve. This is the only way to achieve adequate strength. A knee that breaks in battle could lead to structural failure and disaster. Finding enough naturally curved timbers for all these knees was one of the challenges of building Victory. Agents scoured forests across England. They bought timber from private estates. They competed with other dockyards for the best pieces. Some curved timbers were imported from the Baltic or North America. The curved oak grew where it grew. Shipbuilders had to find it and transport it, regardless of the effort required. By the 3rd year, the skeleton is nearly complete. All the frames are in place. All the major beams are installed. The knees are fitted. The riders are bolted down. The structure is incredibly strong. You can push against a frame with all your strength, and it does not move at all. The skeleton is rigid. Locke walks through the interior, inspecting. He climbs up and down ladders. He checks joints. He looks for any sign of movement or imperfection. He finds a few issues, minor things. A bolt that needs tightening. A knee that needs better fitting. He makes notes. His workers make corrections. The skeleton phase took 3 years. 3 years of careful measurement, precise cutting, heavy lifting, and constant inspection. But these 3 years created the foundation for everything that follows. The skeleton is sound. The proportions are correct. The strength is adequate. Now the ship can be clothed in planking, transforming it from an open skeleton into an enclosed hull. Planking begins from the bottom and works upward. The first planks to go on are called the garboard strakes. These are the planks immediately adjacent to the keel on both sides. The garboard strakes are particularly important because they form the transition from the flat keel to the curved sides of the hull. The planks are oak, carefully selected for straightness of grain and freedom from defects. Each plank is several inches thick and up to 40 feet long. They are heavy, awkward to handle. Workers maneuver them using ropes and the crane. The planks must be bent to match the curve of the hull. How do you bend a massive oak plank? You use heat. Near the building slip, fires burn in iron pots. Workers heat the planks over these fires, sometimes for hours. The heat makes the wood fibers more flexible. The plank begins to curve under its own weight. Workers use levers and clamps to increase the curve gradually. Too much force too quickly, and the plank will crack. The process requires patience and skill. When a plank has been bent to approximately the right curve, workers lift it and offer it up to the hull. They position it against the frames, checking the fit. Usually, Adjustments are needed. The plank might need more bend in one area, less in another. Back to the fire. It goes for more heating and bending. Eventually, the plank fits properly. It lies smoothly against all the frames it crosses. Workers temporarily nail it in place. Then they drill holes through the plank and into the frames. The drilling is done from the outside, going through the plank and into the frame behind it. The holes are positioned carefully to avoid splitting the wood. Into each hole goes a tree nail. You might spell it as treenail, but shipwrights pronounce it like trunnel. A tree nail is a wooden peg made from hardwood, like oak or locust. Tree nails are preferred over iron bolts for most planking because they do not rust and they expand when wet, creating a tighter seal. Each tree nail is about 1 inch in diameter and 1 foot long. Workers drive them through the holes with mallets. The tree nails are slightly tapered. As they are driven deeper, they fit more tightly. When fully driven, the tree nail is sawed off flush with the outside surface of the plank. A wedge is driven into the end of the tree nail, expanding it further. This locks the tree nail permanently in place. Plank by plank, strake by strake, the hull begins to close. Each new plank sits just above the previous one. The edges of adjacent planks must fit tightly together. Workers use various planes and tools to shape the edges. The joint between planks is called a seam. The quality of the seam is critical. After a section of planking is complete, the caulkers arrive. Caulking is the process of sealing the seams between planks to make the hull watertight. It is skilled, essential work. A ship that is not properly caulked will leak, possibly dangerously. The caulkers work in teams. Their primary tool is a caulking iron, a chisel-like tool with a blunt edge. They also carry wooden mallets. The caulking material is oakum, which is old rope that has been picked apart into individual fibers and treated with tar. The oakum is slightly sticky and fibrous. A caulker takes a length of oakum and rolls it into a loose strand. He positions this strand in the seam between two planks. Then, using the caulking iron and mallet, he drives the oakum into the seam. The mallet strikes the back of the iron. The iron presses the oakum down into the gap. The caulker works along the seam, driving oakum in bit by bit. The sound of caulking is distinctive, a rhythmic tapping, dozens of mallets striking iron chisels, all at slightly different rhythms. The sound echoes across the dockyard from dawn to dusk. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of a ship being made watertight. The seams on the bottom of the hull, below the waterline, receive multiple layers of oakum. The first layer is driven deep into the seam. Then, a second layer on top of it. Sometimes a third layer. Each layer is driven tight with the caulking iron. The oakum compresses, filling the seam completely. After the oakum is in place, hot pitch is poured over the seam. Pitch is a tar-like substance, thick and black. When hot, it is liquid. Workers heat pitch in pots over fires. They pour it carefully into buckets, then apply it to the seams with tools called pitch mops. The hot pitch flows over the oakum, soaking in, sealing everything. The pitch cools and hardens. The seam is now waterproof. Well, relatively waterproof. Even a properly caulked seam will weep a bit. All wooden ships leak to some extent. The pumps must be manned regularly to remove water that seeps in. But good caulking keeps the leaking manageable. You watch the caulkers work. They move along the hull methodically, seam by seam. The work is repetitive, but demands concentration. Drive the oakum too shallow, and the seam will leak. Drive it too deep, and you risk splitting the plank. The caulkers judge the right depth by feel, by sound, by decades of experience. The planking continues upward. The tumble home becomes apparent. Tumble home is the inward curve of the upper hull. If you look at Victory from the front, the hull is widest at the waterline and narrows as it goes up. This tumble home serves several purposes. It makes the upper decks narrower, reducing weight high up, which improves stability. It also makes the ship harder to board by enemy sailors. The whales go on next. Whales are extra thick planks that run horizontally around the hull at specific heights. They provide extra strength and protection. The lower whale protects the hull at the waterline. The main whale runs along the level of the upper gun deck. The whales are thicker than regular planks, sometimes 8 or 9 inches thick. Shaping and fitting the whales is challenging. They must bend around the entire circumference of the ship. They must fit precisely. Workers spend weeks on the whales, heating, bending, fitting, and fastening. The whales are fastened with both tree nails and iron bolts, given their importance. Above the main whale, the planking becomes slightly thinner, but continues in the same manner. Plank, caulk, pitch. Plank, caulky, pitch. The hull rises day by day. You can see the transformation. What was an open skeleton is becoming an enclosed shell. The bow requires special attention. The planks must bend sharply to follow the curve of the stem. Some planks need to be steamed multiple times. Some crack and must be replaced. The shipwrights work patiently, coaxing the wood into the required shapes. The stern is even more complex. The stern of a warship like Victory is elaborately shaped, with multiple levels and curves. The planking must follow all these contours. Additionally, the stern will feature large windows for the officers' cabins. The framing for these windows must be built into the structure as planking proceeds. The transom is the flat surface at the very back of the stern. It is actually not one flat surface, but a complex assembly of timbers and planks arranged in a slightly curved pattern. The transom will eventually be decorated with elaborate carvings, but for now it is just structural. Months pass. The planking crew works steadily. Winter slows progress when cold makes the wood harder to work. Summer allows faster progress, but the heat is exhausting. Regardless of season, the work continues. Victory must be completed. By the end of the 4th year, the hull is fully planked from keel to rail. The ship is enclosed. It looks like a ship now. You can no longer see the internal frames. The smooth planked surface curves gracefully from bow to stern. The caulkers have sealed every seam. The hull is as watertight as wooden construction can make it. But there is one more step for the underwater portion of the hull. The bottom must be sheathed in copper. Copper sheathing protects the hull from 2 threats. First, it prevents shipworm, a marine organism that burrows into wood and destroys it. Second, it reduces the growth of weed and barnacles, which slow the ship down. Copper sheathing is expensive, but essential for a warship that must remain effective for years. The copper arrives in sheets, each about 4 feet by 1 foot, and weighing several pounds. The sheets are slightly flexible. Workers nail them to the hull in overlapping rows, starting at the keel and working upward. The nails are copper as well. Iron nails would cause a chemical reaction with the copper sheets, corroding both. Each copper sheet is nailed with hundreds of small nails. The workers hammer carefully. The copper must lie flat against the hull. Any gaps or bumps will create turbulence in the water, reducing speed. The overlapping pattern is like roof shingles, each sheet covering the lower edge of the sheet above it. The copper sheathing goes on up to the waterline. Above the waterline, the hull remains bare oak. The contrast is striking. Below, the reddish-brown of fresh copper. Above, the pale golden color of fresh oak. Eventually, paint will cover the upper hull. But for now, the wood is bare. The hull is complete. After 4 years of labor by hundreds of workers, Victory has a watertight hull sheathed in copper. The skeleton is clothed. The ship floats, or it will float once launched. But it cannot sail yet. It has no masts, no rigging, no sails. It has no guns. It is just a hull, magnificently built but not yet functional. The next phase of construction will transform this hull into a warship. The masts of HMS Victory are among the most impressive components of the ship. These towering structures will reach more than 200 feet above the waterline. They will support acres of canvas sail. They will endure the forces of wind and sea for decades. Building and installing them is a monumental task. Unlike the hull, which is made primarily of oak, the masts are made of pine. Specifically, they are made from tall, straight pines that grow in the forests of New England or the Baltic region of northern Europe. These pines grow tall and straight, reaching for sunlight in dense forests. A mast-quality pine might be 150 feet tall and 3 feet in diameter at the base. Finding such trees is difficult. They must be nearly perfect. Any significant curve, any major branches, any defects in the wood make a tree unsuitable. Timber agents scout forests specifically for mast trees. When they find a suitable tree, it is felled with great care. The tree must not split or crack when it falls. It must be extracted from the forest without damage. Transporting a mast tree is a major operation. The tree, trimmed of branches but still in one long piece, might weigh several tons. Special wagons with multiple axles are required. Teams of horses strain to pull the load. The journey from forest to seaport can take weeks. At the seaport, the mast tree is loaded onto a ship for transport to England. By the time a mast tree reaches Chatham Dockyard, it has traveled perhaps 1,000 miles. It has been handled by dozens of workers. It has survived storms at sea. Now, it must be shaped into a mast. The shaping happens in the mast house, a long building specifically designed for this purpose. Workers use long saws and adzes to remove the bark and shape the cylindrical form. A mast is not uniformly cylindrical. It is thicker at the base and tapers toward the top. The taper must be gradual and even. Shaping a mast, it takes weeks. Workers measure constantly, checking the diameter at various points. They use long straight edges to check for curves. Any irregularity must be removed. The surface must be smooth. When complete, the mast is a perfectly tapered cylinder, ready for installation. But Victory does not have just one mast. It has 3 main masts, each one a complex assembly of multiple sections. The main mast is the tallest, located near the center of the ship. The foremast is forward of the mainmast. The mizzenmast is aft. Each main mast section is called a lower mast. Above each lower mast sits a topmast. Above each topmast sits a top gallant mast. Some ships add a royal mast above that. These upper sections are progressively smaller. The whole assembly, when complete, reaches extraordinary heights. The main mast assembly on Victory, from deck to the top of the top gallant, is over 200 feet tall. Installing the lower masts happens before the ship is launched. The ship is still on the building slip, supported by the cradle. Workers use a massive crane called a shear legs to lift the masts. The shear legs are 2 very tall timbers leaned together at the top, forming an A-frame. Ropes and pulleys run from the top of the shear legs. You watch as workers prepare to lift the lower mainmast. The mast is lying on the ground near the ship. Workers attach heavy ropes to the upper end of the mast. These ropes run up through pulleys at the top of the shear legs, then down to a capstan, a large rotating drum. Men push bars inserted into the capstan, walking in a circle, turning it. The capstan winds in the rope. Slowly, the mast begins to rise. The mast is extraordinarily heavy. The lower mainmast alone weighs several tons. As it rises, workers guide it with additional ropes. The mast swings gently. Men shout instructions. The coordination required is remarkable. A mistake could drop the mast, destroying it, and possibly killing someone. The mast rises slowly, coming more and more upright. Workers have prepared the mast step, a massive block of timber that sits on the keelson. The mast step has a square hole, the mortise carved into it. The base of the mast, the heel, has a corresponding tenon, a projection that fits into the mortise. The mast rises until it is nearly vertical. Workers maneuver it into position over the mast step. They lower it carefully. The tenon approaches the mortise. Adjustments are made. The mast descends further. The tenon enters the mortise. The fit is tight. The mast settles down. When the heel is fully seated in the step, the mast is secure at its base. But the mast must also be secured at the deck level. The mast passes through holes in the decks. At the upper gun deck level, a structure called the partners surrounds the mast. The partners are heavy timbers that frame the hull and provide lateral support. Wedges are driven between the mast and the partners, locking the mast firmly in place. The foremast and mizzenmast are installed the same way. Each requires the sheer legs, the capstan, dozens of workers, and hours of careful effort. But eventually, all three lower masts stand tall, rising from the ship. Even without their upper sections, they dominate the skyline. The topmast and topgallant masts will be installed after launch when the ship is afloat. These upper sections are removable, which is useful because they can be struck, that is lowered, in extremely heavy weather to reduce the strain on the ship. Now the ship needs yards. Yards are the horizontal spars from which the sails hang. Each mast has multiple yards at different heights. The lower mast has a yard called the course yard. The topmast has the topsail yard. The topgallant has the topgallant yard. Victory will have over 30 yards of various sizes. Yards are also made from pine. Each yard is a tapered cylinder, thicker at the center and narrowing toward the ends. The yards are heavy. The main course yard, the lowest yard on the main mast, is over 100 feet long and weighs more than 3 tons. The yards are prepared on the ground, shaped and smoothed like the masts. Fittings are attached. At the center of each yard is an iron band with a large loop on top. This loop fits over the mast, allowing the yard to be raised or lowered. The mechanism is called a parrel, a collar that grips the mast but allows vertical sliding. Blocks are attached along the yards. Blocks are pulleys, wooden devices with one or more grooved wheels through which ropes run. Victory will eventually have over 900 blocks of various sizes. Each block is carefully made by Mosland. The sheaves, the wheels inside the blocks must turn freely. The blocks must be strong enough to endure years of heavy loads. Standing on the deck, you look up at the 3 lower masts rising into the sky. The yards will be installed soon, crossing the masts horizontally. You can imagine the complex web of rigging that will connect everything together. The vertical world is taking shape. The bowsprit is another critical spar. The bowsprit is a massive timber that extends forward from the bow at an upward angle. It is like a 4th mast, though horizontal rather than vertical. The bowsprit supports the foremast rigging and carries its own sails, the jibs. The bowsprit on Victory is over 90 feet long. It extends far beyond the bow, reaching out over the water. Installing it requires running it out through the bow structure. The inboard end is secured to the hull with massive knees and brickwork. Gammoning lashings, thick ropes wound many times around the bowsprit and through the hull, secure it vertically. Beyond the bowsprit extends the jib boom, another spar that slides along the top of the bowsprit and extends even further forward. At the end of the jib boom, the flying jib boom extends further still. These spars will support the triangular head sails at the front of the ship. With the lower masts, bowsprit, and associated spars in place, the ship has its basic rig structure, but miles of rope must still be installed. The standing rigging, which supports the masts, must be set up. The running rigging, which controls the sails, must be rove through hundreds of blocks. This work is complex and time-consuming, requiring specialized skills. But first, the ship must be launched. After 6 years on the building slip, Victory must enter the water. The hull is complete. The basic mast structure is in place. It is time for the ship to become truly a ship, floating on its designed element. Before discussing the rigging, you must understand the sheer quantity of rope required. HMS Victory carries over 26 miles of rigging. That is not a typographical error. 26 miles. If you laid all the rope end to end, it would stretch from the ship to the horizon and beyond. This rope is not modern synthetic line. It is hemp rope, made from the fibers of the hemp plant. The rope is tarred to preserve it against rot. Tarred hemp rope is dark brown or black, rough to the touch, and smells strongly of tar. It is heavy. 100 feet of 3-inch diameter rope weighs over 50 pounds. The rope comes in many different diameters. The thickest rope on Victory is the anchor cable, nearly 2 feet in circumference. The thinnest is the small stuff used for minor purposes, perhaps half an inch around. Most rigging falls somewhere in between, from 1 inch to 6 inches in circumference. All this rope must be installed in a precise configuration. The rigging system of a ship like Victory is extraordinarily complex. It divides into 2 main categories: standing rigging and running rigging. Standing rigging supports the masts. It is semi-permanent, adjusted only occasionally. The standing rigging includes the shrouds, which run from the mast down to the sides of the ship, and the stays, which run forward and aft. The standing rigging is set up very tight, putting the masts under constant compression. This tension gives the masts the strength to support the sails. The shrouds are the most visible standing rigging. They run down from the mast on both sides in groups. The main lower shrouds, for example, might consist of 15 or 20 individual ropes running side by side. They attach at the top to the mast and at the bottom to the chain wales, thick platforms that project from the sides of the hull. Between each pair of adjacent shrouds, horizontal ropes called ratlines are tied. The ratlines form a rope ladder that sailors climb to reach the yards and tops. The spacing of ratlines is about 15 inches, the comfortable spacing for a person to climb. When all the ratlines are installed, the shrouds become a web, a network of vertical and horizontal lines. You watch the riggers install the shrouds. They work aloft, high up on the mast. The riggers are a special breed. They must be comfortable with heights, agile, and strong. They work without safety equipment. A fall from the mast is likely fatal. Yet they move confidently, balancing on yards, hanging from ropes, working with both hands while supported only by a foot, hooked over a line. The shrouds are installed one at a time. Each shroud is passed over the masthead and brought down on both sides. The lower ends are fitted with eyes, loops, that go over the chain wales and are secured with lanyards. A lanyard is a short rope rove through blocks that allows the tension to be adjusted. The riggers pull the lanyards tight, stretching the shrouds taut. Once the shrouds are set up, the ratlines are tied on. Workers do this from the deck, starting at the bottom and working up. They tie each ratline to each shroud using a clove hitch, a simple but secure knot. Tying thousands of ratlines is tedious work, but when complete, the shrouds become climbable. The stays run fore and aft. The forestay runs from the foremast to the bowsprit. The mainstay runs from the mainmast forward to the foremast. The mizzenstay runs from the mizzenmast forwards to the mainmast. The stays prevent the masts from falling backward when the sails are full of wind, pushing the ship forward. Setting up the stays requires careful calculation of angles and tensions. The stays must be tight, but not so tight that they bend the masts. The master rigger, an experienced professional, makes these judgments. He adjusts lanyards, checking by eye and by feel. His experience tells him when the tension is correct. The running rigging is even more complex. Running rigging controls the sails. It includes the halyards, which raise and lower the yards, the sheets, which control the lower corners of the sails, the clew lines, which help gather the sails when furling, the bunt lines, which gather the middle portion, and dozens of other specialized lines. Each line has a specific name and a specific function. An experienced sailor knows hundreds of these names and can find any line in the dark by touch. The running rigging is rove, that is threaded, through the blocks attached to the yards and masts. You watch riggers reeve a halyard. The halyard will be used to raise a yard. One end of the halyard is attached to the yard. The other end must run up to a block at the mast top, through that block, down to another block at deck level, through that block, and finally to a belaying pin on the rail where it can be secured. The riggers work in teams. One man is aloft at the mast top. Another is on the yard's ewot. Several are on deck. They pass the line up, hand over hand. The man aloft guides it through the upper block. The line comes back down. The man on the yard catches it and passes it through another block. The line goes down to the deck. The deck crew threads it through the lower block and brings the end to the belaying pin. This process is repeated for every line. There are dozens of halyards, hundreds of sheets and clew lines and bunt lines. Reeving all the running rigging takes weeks. The riggers work methodically. A mistake, running a line through the wrong block, creates problems that might not be discovered until the ship is at sea, trying to set a sail. The belaying pins are arranged in specific patterns along the rails and around the masts. Each pin corresponds to a particular line. An experienced crew can find the right pin instantly, even in darkness or chaos. The arrangement of belaying pins follows traditional patterns that all sailors learn. The blocks themselves are works of craftsmanship. Each block is made of hardwood, usually ash or elm. The shell, the body of the block, is hollowed out to hold the sheave. The sheave is a wheel, usually made of lignum vitae, an extremely hard wood. The sheave rotates on an iron pin. The whole assembly is smooth and efficient. Victory has blocks in many sizes. Some blocks are tiny, just a few inches long, for small lines. Some are huge, 2 feet long, for heavy loads. The largest blocks have multiple sheaves, 2 or 3 wheels side by side. These multiple sheave blocks are used for lines that must carry enormous loads, like the halyards for the lower yards. Making 900 blocks by hand is a significant undertaking. The dockyard has specialized block makers who do nothing else. They use templates and jigs to ensure consistency. Each block is slightly different, made to fit a specific location and carry a specific load. Quality is critical. A block that fails under load can cause injury or death. As the rigging installation progresses, the appearance of the ship transforms. The bare masts become surrounded by networks of rope. The web grows more complex, day by day. Vertical lines, horizontal lines, diagonal lines, all in specific arrangements. The whole structure has a geometric beauty. You stand back and look at the ship. The hull is solid and powerful. The masts rise tall and straight. The rigging creates a complex pattern against the sky. You can begin to imagine the sails, the canvas that will fill this framework. The ship is not yet complete, but it is starting to look like the formidable warship it was designed to be. The riggers continue their work through all weather. Summer heat, winter cold, rain, winter, none of it stops the installation of rigging. The work must be done. Each line must be correctly placed. Each block must turn freely. Each seizing, the binding that holds ropes together, must be tight and secure. Standing on deck, you hear the sounds of the rigging. In even a light breeze, the ropes hum and whistle. They creak as they shift. The sound is constant, a background music that sailors learn to interpret. Changes in the sound can indicate problems. A different pitch, might mean a line is chafing. A sudden silence might mean a line is parted. The rigging represents years of accumulated knowledge. The configuration has evolved over centuries. Each element serves a purpose, often multiple purposes. Nothing is arbitrary. The master riggers who design these systems understand forces and mechanics intuitively. They may not use mathematical calculations, but they know what works. The sails of HMS Victory are what transform wind into motion. Without sails, the ship is just a floating structure. With sails, it becomes capable of crossing oceans, outrunning enemies, carrying cargo and crew to distant lands. The sails are the engine of this vessel. Victory carries over 4 acres of canvas. 4 acres. Imagine a field that size. Now imagine it hanging in the air, catching the wind. The amount of sail is staggering. When fully rigged, the ship has 37 individual sails of various sizes and shapes. The canvas is heavy flax fabric, woven specifically for sailmaking. It comes in bolts, long rolls of cloth perhaps 2 feet wide. The weight of sailcloth is measured in numbers. Number 1 canvas is the lightest, used for the highest sails. Number 8 canvas is the heaviest, used for the lowest and largest sails that must endure the greatest forces. The sailmakers work in the sail loft, a large building in the dockyard. The sail loft has a huge open floor where the canvas can be laid out. Making a sail begins with spreading the canvas on the floor. The sailmakers mark the pattern with chalk lines. Sails are not simple rectangles. They have specific shapes that help them catch wind efficiently. Cutting the canvas requires large shears, heavy scissors that can cut through multiple layers of thick fabric. The sailmakers cut along the chalk lines. The pieces are stacked and prepared for sewing. Sewing canvas requires special needles, thick and strong. The sailmakers push these needles through the heavy fabric, using leather palms, protective pads worn on the hand with a metal plate to push against the needle. The thread is waxed linen, much stronger than ordinary thread. Each stitch must be tight and even. A poorly sewn seam can rip under load, potentially destroying a sail and endangering the ship. The sailmakers take pride in their work. Many come from families who have made sails for generations. A large sail, like the main course, the lowest sail on the mainmast, might measure over 40 feet tall and 90 feet wide at the bottom. Creating such a sail requires joining many widths of canvas. The seams where the cloths join must be very strong. The sailmakers use a flat seam, where the edges overlap and are sewn with 2 parallel rows of stitching. The edges of the sail are reinforced with bolt rope, a rope sewn along the edge. The bolt rope strengthens the edge and provides a way to attach the sail to the yard and the mast. Sewing the bolt rope requires special skill. The sailmaker must sew through both the canvas and the rope, pulling each stitch tight. The stitching follows a specific pattern, each stitch angled, creating a herringbone appearance. The corners of the sail require extra reinforcement. At the head, the top corners, metal cringles are worked into the canvas. A cringle is a reinforced eye, a loop, created by working rope around an iron ring or working a large grommet into the canvas. Additional layers of canvas, called patches, are sewn around high-stress areas. You watch a sailmaker work. He sits cross-legged on the canvas, the traditional position. His hands move with practiced efficiency. The needle goes through. The thread pulls tight. The needle goes through again. Stitch after stitch. The seam grows. Around him, other sailmakers work on other parts of the same sail. The work is casual. The men talk and joke as they sew. The sails arrive at the ship in bundles. Workers hoist them aboard using the yard tackle. Each sail must be bent on, attached to its yard. This is done on deck initially, though later it might be done aloft. The sailors unfold the sail and lay it out. They identify the head, the top edge that will attach to the yard. The head of the sail has a bolt rope sewn along it. This bolt rope is laced to the yard. The lacing uses a specific pattern that allows the sail to be attached firmly, but also allows it to be detached for repairs or replacement. Sailors work along the yard, passing the lacing line through the cringles in the sail and around the yard. The lower corners of the sail, called the clews, have large cringles. Sheets attached to the clews. The sheets are heavy ropes that control the sail's angle to the wind. When the sheets are pulled tight, they pull the clews aft, holding the sail in a position to catch wind. When the sheets are loosened, the sail can swing freely. The middle portion of the bottom edge of the sail, the foot, may be attached to a boom, or may be loose. On Victory, most of the square sails have loose feet. The foot is gathered by lines called clew garnets and leech lines, which help control the shape of the sail. Square sails are the primary sails on Victory. They are called square, even though they are more rectangular or trapezoidal in shape. They hang from yards that cross the masts horizontally. The name square refers to the fact that they are set square to the mast, perpendicular, at least when running before the wind. Victory also has triangular sails. The jibs are triangular sails that set on the bowsprit and jib boom. These sails are crucial for maneuvering. The staysails are triangular sails set on the stays between the masts. All these triangular sails, called fore and aft sails, help the ship sail at angles to the wind. Setting sail for the first time is a significant moment. The crew has trained for this. Officers give commands. Sailors man the halyards. They pull together, hand over hand, chanting a work song to coordinate their efforts. The yard begins to rise up the mast. The sail, furled tight to the yard, rises with it. When the yard reaches its proper position, the halyards are belayed. Then comes the command to loose the sail. Sailors aloft on the yard untie the gaskets, small ropes that hold the sail furled. The sail drops hanging from the yard. It flaps in the wind, luffing, not yet drawing. The command comes to sheet home. Sailors on deck pull the sheets. The clews of the sail are pulled down and back. The sail begins to fill with wind. It curves, belly forming. The ship begins to feel the pressure. If the ship were free to move, it would start to creep forward. Sail by sail, the crew sets them. First the lower courses on each mast, then the topsails, then the top gallants. Each sail adds to the total force. The ship, still moored or anchored, strains against its restraints. The rigging creaks under load. The masts bend slightly, exactly as designed. The ship is eager to sail. Managing all these sails requires a crew of hundreds. Each sail has multiple control lines. Each line must be handled by several sailors working together. The coordination required is remarkable. The officers direct, but the sailors must execute swiftly and correctly. Lives depend on it. In heavy weather, sails must be reduced. Too much canvas in strong wind can dismast a ship or capsize it. The crew goes aloft to take in sail, a process called reefing or furling. Reefing involves partially reducing the area of a sail by tying part of it to the yard with reef points, short lines sewn to the sail for this purpose. Furling involves completely rolling up the sail and securing it tightly to the yard. Working aloft in heavy weather is extremely dangerous. The ship is rolling and pitching. The wind is trying to tear the sailors from the yard. The canvas is heavy and stiff with water. Yet the crew must do this work. They crawl out on the foot ropes, ropes slung under the yard for them to stand on. They lean over the yard, fighting the canvas, gathering it, tying it securely. You stand on deck and look up. The sailors are 100 feet above you, dark figures against the sky. The ship rolls. The mast describes a huge arc. The sailors cling on. Somehow, they complete their work and make their way back down. Sailing a ship like Victory is not for the faint of heart. HMS Victory is not just a sailing ship. It is a warship, designed to deliver devastating firepower. The guns are what make Victory a weapon, not just a vessel. Understanding how these guns work, how they are loaded and fired, how they are maintained and managed, is essential to understanding the ship itself. Victory carries 104 guns of various size. Let that number sink in. 104 cannons. They are arranged on 3 complete gun decks, plus additional guns on the forecastle and quarterdeck. The lower gun deck has the largest guns, 32-pounders, meaning they fire a cast iron ball weighing 32 pounds. The middle gun deck has 24-pounders. The upper gun deck has 12-pounders. The forecastle and quarterdeck carry 12-pounder long guns and short-range carronades. A 32-pound gun is a massive object. The bronze or iron tube of the gun alone weighs over 3 tons. Mounted on its wooden carriage, the complete gun weighs over 4 tons. Moving such a gun requires many men working together. Yet these guns must be moved regularly, pulled back for loading, run forward for firing, shifted to aim. Each gun sits on a 4-wheeled carriage made of elm. The carriage is heavily built to withstand the recoil when the gun fires. The gun is secured to the carriage with iron bands called cap squares. The carriage has trails, handles at the back, that the crew uses to maneuver the gun. Behind each gun, secured to the side of the ship, are the breeching ropes. These are thick ropes that attach to the breech, the rear part of the gun. When the gun fires, the recoil tries to send the gun flying backward. The breeching ropes check this motion, bringing the gun to a stop after it recoils several feet. Without the breeching, the gun would tear across the deck, killing anyone in its path. You stand on the lower gun deck. The ceiling is low, barely 6 feet. The deck is dim, lit only by daylight, coming through the open gun ports. The guns line both sides, 15 on each side, massive dark shapes squatting on their carriages. The deck smells of wood, tar, and damp. The guns are cold to the touch. Each gun is served by a crew of about a dozen men in battle. They have specific roles. The gun captain commands the gun and aims it. The sponger cleans the barrel between shots. The loader puts in the powder and shot. The powder monkey brings cartridges from the magazine. Others help run the gun out, handle tackle, and carry away wounded. Loading a gun is a precise sequence. First, the gun must be run back from the gun port. The crew pulls on the tackle, hauling the gun backward until the muzzle is into the ship. This gives them room to work. The sponger dips his sponge, a sheepskin wrapped around a wooden pole, into a water bucket. He rams the wet sponge down the barrel, twisting as he goes. This extinguishes any smoldering fragments from the previous shot and cools the barrel. He withdraws the sponge. The loader takes a cartridge, a flannel bag filled with gunpowder, and places it into the muzzle of the gun. The sponger reverses his tool. The other end is the rammer, a flat wooden disc. He rams the cartridge down the barrel until it is seated firmly against the breech. Next comes the shot. For most purposes, this is a solid cast iron ball, perfectly round, weighing 32 pounds. The loader places it in the muzzle. The rammer drives it down the barrel on top of the cartridge. Sometimes a wad, a disc of rope or wood, is rammed in, on top of the shot to keep it from rolling out if the gun is tilted. The gun is loaded. Now it must be run out. The crew mans the tackle, a system of ropes and pulleys attached to the side of the ship. They pull together. The gun rolls forward on its carriage wheels. The muzzle extends out through the gun port. The gun is run out as far as the breeching ropes allow, so the muzzle protrudes beyond the side of the ship. This is important. When fired, the blast and smoke will go outside the ship, not inside. The gun captain aims the gun. Aiming in the horizontal plane, left or right, is done by using handspikes, long wooden levers, to shift the rear of the carriage. The crew lifts and shifts the trails. The gun pivots on its front wheels. The gun captain sights along the barrel, lining up on the target. Aiming in the vertical plane, up or down, is done with the coin. A wedge of wood placed under the breech of the gun. Pushing the coin further under raises the breech and depresses the muzzle. Removing the coin has the opposite effect. Adjusting elevation is critical. Ships are moving platforms. The sea is never still. Judging the right moment to fire requires skill and experience. When the gun is aimed, the gun captain pricks the cartridge. He uses a priming iron, a thin metal rod, pushed through the touch hole. A small hole drilled through the top of the breech. The priming iron pierces the flannel cartridge inside. Then the gun captain fills the touch hole with fine gunpowder from a powder horn. A quill filled with powder may be inserted to ensure ignition. The gun captain holds a linstock, a wooden staff with a slow match clamped to the end. The slow match is a length of cord soaked in chemicals, burning slowly. It glows red and produces smoke. When the order comes to fire, the gun captain touches the slow match to the powder in the touch hole. The powder ignites instantly. Fire flashes through the touch hole into the cartridge inside. The cartridge explodes. The explosion creates an enormous volume of hot gas. The gas expands violently. The only direction it can go is forward, pushing the shot ahead of it. The shot accelerates down the barrel and bursts out of the muzzle at several hundred feet per second. The recoil is tremendous. The gun leaps backward. The carriage wheels shriek on the deck. The breeching ropes snap taut, bringing the gun to a violent stop. Smoke billows out of the muzzle and the touch hole, filling the deck. The sound is indescribable, a shattering roar that stuns anyone not prepared. In battle, all the guns on one side fire more or less together. Imagine 30 guns firing simultaneously. The entire ship shudders from the recoil. The deck is instantly filled with thick smoke. The sound is beyond deafening. Sailors learn to open their mouths when the guns fire to equalize pressure on their eardrums. Even so, many gunners eventually go deaf. As soon as a gun fires, the crew reloads. The sequence repeats. Spongy, load powder, load shot, run out, so may, prima firosisu. A well-trained crew can fire their gun every 90 seconds. Some crews with practice can manage 60 seconds. Over the course of a battle lasting hours, each gun might fire dozens of times. The physical labor is exhausting. Moving a 3-ton gun back and forth repeatedly is brutally hard work. The heat on a gun deck in battle is extreme. The smoke makes breathing difficult. The noise is disorienting. Casualties mount as enemy shot crashes through the side of the ship, sending splinters flicking like spears. Yet the crews keep working. Their rate of fire can win or lose the battle. The guns require ammunition. The shot is stored in lockers around the ship. The shot is heavy but simple, just iron balls. The powder is stored in the magazine, deep in the ship below the waterline for safety. The magazine is lined with copper to prevent sparks. No one enters the magazine wearing shoes. They wear felt slippers to avoid creating sparks with their footsteps. The powder is made up into cartridges ahead of time. The cartridges are stored in the filling room, adjacent to the magazine. Powder monkeys, often young boys, carry the cartridges from the filling room to the guns. They run through the dim corridors of the ship, each carrying a cartridge in a cylindrical leather or wooden case designed to protect it from stray sparks. It is dangerous work. An accidental explosion could kill everyone nearby. Victory carries tons of gunpowder. The magazine is one of the most carefully managed parts of the ship. Open flames are absolutely forbidden anywhere near it. The magazine is lit by light rooms, small chambers separated from the magazine by glass windows. Lamps in the light rooms provide illumination without exposing the powder to flame. The guns also require maintenance. After battle, The guns must be cleaned thoroughly. Firing a gun leaves corrosive residue in the barrel. If not cleaned, the barrel will corrode and weaken. The gun crew scrubs the barrel with brushes and water, removes the residue, and dries the barrel. The guns are then left loaded, but not peeled. This is standard practice. A loaded gun can be brought into action quickly, but without powder in the touch hole, it cannot fire accidentally. The cartridge and shot are left in the barrel, ready. Only the final priming step is needed to prepare for firing. The gun carriages also need maintenance. The wheels must turn freely. The ropes must be sound. The wood must not crack or split. The carriages are painted regularly to protect the wood. The standard color is red, which has the practical advantage of making bloodstains less visible during battle. Standing here on the lower gun deck, surrounded by these massive weapons, you feel the power of a victory. These guns can smash through the wooden hull of any enemy ship. They can clear enemy decks with grape shot. They can dismast enemy vessels with chain shot. The ship's primary purpose is to bring these guns into action, and everything else about Victory's design serves that goal. The hour is advancing, and the time for rest is approaching. But first, there is more of Victory's story to explore. The hidden world below the decks, where sailors live and work in the cramped, dim spaces that are their home at sea. You descend now into the deeper parts of HMS Victory, away from the open gun decks and into spaces where daylight rarely penetrates. The ladder is steep, more like a staircase standing at a severe angle. Your hand grips the rail as you step down carefully. The wood is smooth from thousands of hands that have made this same journey. The orlop deck lies below the waterline. Here, there are no gun ports to admit light or air. The only illumination comes from lanterns hung at intervals along the low ceiling. The flames flicker, casting moving shadows on the curved hull planking. The air feels different down here, heavier somehow, carrying the mingled scents of tar, hemp, damp wood, and human habitation. This is where much of the crew lives when not on duty. The space is divided into areas by function, though there are few actual walls. Canvas screens and hanging partitions separate one area from another. The ceiling is low, perhaps 5.5 feet at the center line. Lower still as you move toward the sides, where the hull curves inward. The hammocks hang in rows when the watch below is sleeping. Each hammock is a rectangle of canvas, perhaps 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. The sailor ties the ends to hooks or beams, creating a suspended bed that sways gently with the motion of the ship. The hammocks hang close together, touching at the sides. There is barely 14 inches of space allocated per man. You walk through the rows of sleeping sailors. They lie curled in their hammocks, some snoring, some silent. The sound is constant, a background symphony of breathing and the creaking of the ship. The hammocks swing in unison as the ship rolls slowly on the ocean swell. Each man has learned to sleep in these conditions. There is no privacy. There is no silence. But there is rest. When not in use, the hammocks are taken down and rolled tightly. Each sailor learns a specific way to roll his hammock so it becomes a compact cylinder. These cylinders are then stowed in the hammock nettings on deck, where they serve a secondary purpose as protection against small arms fire during battle. Everything on a warship serves multiple purposes when possible. The galley is located on the orlop deck, though on some ships it might be elsewhere. The galley is where the crew's food is cooked. The centerpiece is the Brody stove, a large iron cooking stove developed specifically for naval use. The stove is brick-lined and secured firmly to the deck. It can cook for hundreds of men simultaneously. The cook and his mates tend the stove. Large copper kettles hang over the fire. Inside, salt pork or salt beef boils slowly, the chunks of preserved meat simmering in honor. The smell is distinctive, not entirely pleasant. Salt meat was packed in barrels months or years ago. It keeps indefinitely, but becomes very hard and very salty. Boiling makes it edible again, though the taste is monotonous. Peas pudding might be cooking as well. Dried peas boiled into a thick mush. Ship's biscuit, the hard twice-baked bread that is a staple of naval diet, is stored in sacks nearby. The biscuit is so hard that sailors often soak it in their tea or coffee to soften it. After months at sea, the biscuit becomes infested with weevils, small beetles that bore into it. Sailors learn to eat in the dark, or tap the biscuit on the table to knock the weevils out before eating. The dispensary is also on the orlop deck, a small compartment where the surgeon keeps his supplies. You peer inside. Bottles and jars line shelves containing medicines and compounds. Tincture of opium for pain. Mercury compounds for various ailments, though their effectiveness is questionable, and their side effects severe. Sulfur and various herbs. The surgeon does what he can with the knowledge available in the 18th century. The surgical instruments are stored in fitted cases. Saws for amputations, knives for cutting, forceps for extracting, needles and ligatures for sewing. In battle, the surgeon sets up his operating table on the orlop deck. Here, below the waterline, he is relatively safe from enemy fire. Here, the wounded are brought. The surgery during battle is brutal and quick. There is no anesthesia beyond alcohol or a leather strap to bite on. The most common operation is amputation of shattered limbs. The surgeon must work fast. He ties off major blood vessels, saws through the bone, and sews the skin closed in a matter of minutes. Speed is essential. The patient can only endure so much pain before shock sets in. The survival rate depends on many factors. Location of the wound, general health of the patient, skill of the surgeon, luck. Infection is the great killer. Without understanding of bacteria or antiseptic technique, many wounds that seem survivable ultimately prove fatal as infection spreads through the body. Moving forward on the orlop deck, you come to the cable tier. This is where the anchor cables are stored. The cables are massive ropes, each over 20 inches in circumference and hundreds of feet long. When the anchor is stowed, the cable is coiled down here in great loops. The cable is wet from the sea and drips constantly. The cable tier is always damp, always smelling of seaweed and salt water. The pump wells are also located on the orlop deck. All wooden ships leak to some degree. Water seeps through the seams despite the best caulking. This water collects in the bilges, the lowest part of the ship. If not removed, it will accumulate until it affects the ship's stability. The pumps are worked regularly, usually twice daily, or more often if needed. The pumps are mechanical devices, essentially large suction pumps. Long brake handles are worked up and down by teams of sailors. The pumping is hard work, rhythmic, and repetitive. The water comes up from the bilges and is discharged overboard through lead pipes. The sailors chant work songs to coordinate their efforts. The pumps clank and splash. The water that comes up is foul-smelling, dark with the accumulated residue of months at sea. The bread room, where ship's biscuit is stored, is carefully positioned to stay as dry as possible. The biscuit is stored in canvas bags or wooden barrels. It must be kept dry or it will mold. Even so, moisture is a constant enemy. The smell of the bread room is yeasty and slightly musty. The spirit room is one of the most carefully guarded spaces. This is where the ship's supply of rum is stored. Rum is issued daily to the crew, a ration called a tot. The rum is strong, usually diluted with water to make grog. The spirit room is locked, accessible only to authorized personnel. Theft of rum is a serious offense. The crew looks forward to their daily tot. It is a bright moment in a hard life. The boatswain's store contains the spare rigging supplies. Coils of rope, blocks, canvas, oakum for caulking, tar for preservation. The boatswain is responsible for maintaining all the ship's rigging. He draws supplies from this store as needed. The smell here is strongly of tar and hemp. The gunner's store contains spare gun equipment. Rammers, sponges, worms for removing debris from gun barrels, linstocks, powder horns. Spare gun trucks, the wheels for gun carriages. Tackle blocks. Everything needed to keep the guns in operation. The gunner, like the boatswain, is a warrant officer responsible for his domain. The carpenter's store contains spare timber, planks, nails, caulking tools. The carpenter is responsible for maintaining the hull and making repairs. He inspects the ship regularly, sounding the hull to check for rot, examining the seams, checking the pumps. His work is essential. A ship that cannot be kept watertight is doomed. You make your way aft to the midshipman's berth. The midshipmen are young officers in training, often boys as young as 12 or 13. They live in this cramped space, sleeping in hammocks like the common sailors, though they have slightly more room. They study navigation, seamanship, gunnery. They learn by doing, standing watches, commanding working parties, aspiring to someday become commissioned officers. The atmosphere in the midshipman's berth is rowdy when off duty. The young men tell stories, play cards, drink when they can obtain spirits, engage in pranks and roughhousing. They are boys becoming men in the harsh school of naval service. Some will rise to command ships of their own. Others will die young, from disease, battle, or accident. The warrant officers have their own small cabins on the orlop deck. The surgeon, the purser who manages supplies, the gunner, the boatswain, the carpenter. These cabins are tiny, barely large enough for a narrow cot and a small desk, but they offer a measure of privacy unavailable to the common sailors. The warrant officers are specialists, men of experience and skill, essential to the ship's operation. The feeling down here on the orlop deck is of a world apart. The ship's routine continues above, sails being adjusted, course being maintained, lookouts scanning the horizon. But down here, in the dim lantern light, life is focused on immediate concerns. Rest, food, staying dry, mending clothes, writing letters home that might not be sent for months. You climb back up the ladder toward the gun decks. The orlop deck remains below, a hidden world where hundreds of men live, crowded together in spaces that would seem impossibly small to modern sensibilities. Yet this is their world for months, or years at a time. This is home. The rhythm of life aboard HMS Victory is governed by the ship's bell and the watch system. Time at sea is measured differently than time on land. The day is divided into watches, periods of duty. Each watch is 4 hours long, with the exception of the 2 dog watches in the evening, which are 2 hours each. This rotation ensures that sailors do not stand the same watch every day. You stand on the upper deck as dawn breaks. The sky lightens gradually in the east. The sea stretches to the horizon in all directions, empty except for perhaps a few distant sails. The air is cool and fresh. Seabirds wheel overhead, their cries breaking the quiet of early morning. The ship's bell rings, 8 bells marking the end of the night watch. The sound carries clearly across the deck. Sailors begin to stir. The watch below comes up from their hammocks. The watch on duty prepares to go below for rest. The changing of the watch is a twice-daily ritual, orderly and efficient. The boatswain's mate pipes the call. The boatswain's pipe is a small whistle that produces a distinctive high-pitched sound. Different calls have different meanings. The sailors recognize them instantly. The pipe signals for hands to muster, for hammocks to be brought up, for various evolutions of the daily routine. Hammocks are brought up from below and stowed in the nettings along the rail. Each sailor carries his own hammock and his belongings, which are minimal. A sailor's possessions fit in a small canvas bag: spare clothing, Perhaps a few personal items, maybe a letter from home, a small keepsake. Life at sea does not accommodate much in the way of personal property. The deck is scrubbed every morning. Sailors on their knees with holy stones, blocks of sandstone, scrub the wooden planks. Water is sloshed across the deck. The stones rasp back and forth. The work is hard on the knees and hands, but it keeps the deck clean and the wood pale. A clean deck is a point of pride. It also prevents the buildup of grime that could make the deck slippery and dangerous. Breakfast follows the deck scrubbing. The crew eats in messes, small groups of 6 or 8 men who share their food. One man from each mess collects the ration from the cook. The ration might be burgoo, a porridge made from oatmeal, or Scotch coffee, a drink made from burned ship's biscuit. Sometimes there is butter or cheese to accompany the biscuit. The men eat sitting on the deck or on their sea chests. They use simple utensils, a knife, perhaps a spoon. Many fashion their own bowls or plates from wood. They eat quickly, efficiently. The food is not prepared for taste, but for sustenance. It is fuel to keep the body working through long hours of physical labor. After breakfast, the work of the day begins. There is always work to be done on a ship. Sails need mending. Rope needs splicing. Blocks need greasing. Brass needs polishing. The deck needs painting. The hull needs caulking. The work is divided among the crew according to their skills and the needs of the ship. Some men go aloft to work on the rigging. They climb the ratlines with practiced ease, carrying tools in pockets or on belts. They might be replacing a worn section of rope, serving a splice with twine, or tarring down the standing rigging to protect it from weather. Working aloft requires no thought about the height. A moment's hesitation or fear could be fatal. Other men work on deck. The sailmaker and his mates sit cross-legged with sails spread before them, needles flashing as they repair tiers or reinforce seams. The carpenter works on some repair, planing a piece of wood to fit a gap, or replacing a section of rail. The cooper tends to the barrels that hold the ship's water and provisions, hooping them tight, ensuring they do not leak. The Marines drill on the quarterdeck. HMS Victory carries a detachment of Marines, soldiers who serve aboard ship. They wear red coats and white crossbelts. They are responsible for discipline, for manning some of the guns, for providing musket fire during battle, for serving as landing parties when needed. The Marines drill with their muskets, marching in formation in the limited space available. The sergeant major bellows commands. The young gentlemen, the midshipmen, study navigation with the master. The master is the warrant officer responsible for navigation and piloting. He teaches the midshipmen to use the sextant, to calculate latitude from the sun's altitude, to keep a reckoning of the ship's position. Navigation is part science and part art, especially before the invention of accurate chronometers. The midshipmen work through problems, calculating courses, plotting positions on charts. Midday brings dinner, the main meal. The ration might be salt beef or salt pork, boiled and served with pease pudding. Or it might be duff, a boiled pudding made from flour and sealet. The meat ration is generous by the standards of the time, a pound of meat per man. Of course, much of that weight is juice and gristle, but the nutrition is adequate. Beer or grog accompanies the meal. Beer does not keep well on long voyages, so grog, diluted rum, becomes the standard. The rum ration is mixed with water, 3 parts water to 1 part rum, and served twice daily. The men line up to receive their tot, measured carefully by a petty officer. Drinking their grog is a ritual, a moment of pleasure in the routine. After dinner, there might be free time if the work of the ship allows. Some men sleep, some mend their cawls, some carve small items from wood or twine, a craft called scrimshaw. Some play cards or dice, though gambling is officially discouraged. Some simply sit and talk, sharing stories, jokes, complaints about officers, memories of home. The afternoon watch brings more work. Perhaps gun drill. The crew must practice to maintain proficiency. The gun crews go through the motions of loading and firing, though without actually discharging the guns, unless the captain orders live practice. The crews work against the clock, competing to see which gun can be loaded fastest. Pride in performance is strong. Or perhaps the crew practices sail handling. The order comes to shorten sail. Men race aloft. They gather the canvas, furl it tight, secure it with gaskets. The speed and efficiency of this work can mean the difference between survival and disaster in a sudden storm. The crew must be able to perform these tasks in darkness, in rain, in wind, by instinct and teamwork. The first dog watch, from 4 in the afternoon until 6, overlaps with the second dog watch, from 6 until 8. These shorter watches ensure that the watch rotation changes daily. Supper is served during the dog watches, a lighter meal than dinner. Perhaps cheese and biscuit. Perhaps oatmeal. Perhaps leftovers from dinner. As evening comes on, the pace aboard ship slows slightly. The daylight fades. Lanterns are lit. The ship glides through the darkening sea. The sails are pale shapes above. The wake glows faintly with phosphorescence, tiny marine organisms that light up when disturbed. The evening might bring entertainment. One of the sailors might produce a fiddle and play tunes. Men dance hornpipes feasts on the deck, intricate solo dances involving nimble footwork. Others clap and cheer. The music and dancing relieve the monotony. For a short time the men forget they are far from home on a wooden vessel in the middle of the ocean. Or perhaps there is a sing-song. Sailors sing well-known songs, sea shanties, folk songs from various ports. The singing binds the crew together. Many of these men come from different backgrounds, different towns, sometimes different countries. But aboard ship, they are united by common experience and common hardship. At 8 bells in the evening, the first watch of the night begins. The off-duty crew goes below to sling their hammocks and sleep. The deck quiets. The watch on duty maintains the ship's course, adjusts sails as needed, keeps lookout. The officers of the watch pace the quarterdeck, responsible for the ship's safety. The night watches are peaceful if the weather is good. The ship moves steadily through the darkness. The stars wheel overhead in their familiar patterns. The North Star marks the north. The constellations that sailors know guide their way. The moon, if present, lays a path of silver across the water. But the night can also bring danger. Sudden squalls blow up. The watch must be alert to changes in the wind or the sound of the sea. Reefs or shoals can appear without warning. Other ships, unlit, might be on a collision course. The lookouts peer into the darkness, calling out anything unusual. At midnight, the watch changes again. 4 bells marks the change. Men are roused from sleep to take their turn on deck. They come up reluctantly, still drowsy. But the discipline of the watch system is absolute. Every man does his part. The ship depends on it. In the small hours of the morning, the ship is quietest. Most of the crew sleeps below. The watch on deck moves softly, speaking in low voice. The ship creaks and groans, the sounds of wood working against itself. The rigging hums in the wind. The sea whispers along the hull. This routine continues day after day, week after week, month after month. The sameness is broken only by events. Sighting another ship, encountering a storm, making landfall, engaging the enemy. But most of the time life at sea is routine. The rhythm of the watches, the daily tasks, the small comforts, and the shared hardships. This is the reality of life aboard HMS Victory, for the men who sail her. Finding your way across the trackless ocean is one of humanity's great achievements. When HMS Victory sails out of sight of land, there are no landmarks, no road signs, no visible reference points. Only the sea and sky. Yet the ship must know where it is going, how to get there. This is the art and science of navigation. The most basic navigation relies on dead reckoning. Dead reckoning means calculating your position based on your speed, direction, and time traveled from a known starting point. It sounds simple, but requires constant attention and multiple measurements. Direction is determined by the compass. The ship's compass is mounted in the binnacle, a wooden stoneband on the quarterdeck in front of the wheel. The compass is a magnetized needle floating in a bowl of liquid, marked with the cardinal directions. The helmsman steers by the compass, keeping the ship on the ordered course. But the compass has limitations. It points to magnetic north, not true north. The difference, called variation, changes depending on where you are on Earth. The navigator must know the variation for his location and correct for it. Additionally, the iron in the ship itself can affect the compass, causing deviation. The navigator learns to compensate for these errors through experience and careful observation. Speed is estimated by the log line. This is a wooden board shaped like a slice of beef pie attached to a long line. The line has knots tied in it at regular intervals. The log is thrown overboard from the stern. As the ship moves forward, the line pays out. A sailor counts how many knots pass through his hands in a fixed time, measured by a sandglass. The number of knots gives the ship's speed in the nautical miles per hour. This is why we still use the term knots for a ship's speed. The ship's course and speed are recorded hourly in the logbook. The officer of the watch notes the compass heading, the speed from the log line, the set of the sails, the weather conditions. Over time, these observations allow the navigator to calculate the ship's position by dead reckoning. But dead reckoning accumulates errors. The compass might be slightly off. The log line might give an inaccurate speed. Ocean currents push the ship off course without any visible indication. After days at sea, the dead reckoning position might be many miles from the true position. The navigator needs other methods to check his work. Celestial navigation provides this check. By measuring the altitude of celestial bodies, the sun, moon, stars, and planets, and comparing these measurements to tables, the navigator can determine his latitude, and with more difficulty, his longitude. Latitude is relatively straightforward. At noon, the navigator measures the sun's altitude using a sextant. The sextant is a precision instrument with mirrors and a telescope that allows you to measure the angle between the sun and the horizon. This angle, combined with the date and knowledge of the sun's position in the sky on that date, gives the ship's latitude. You watch the master take a noon sight. He stands on the quarterdeck with his sextant, a brass instrument gleaming in the sunlight. He holds it up to his eye and adjusts it, bringing the reflected image of the sun down to the horizon. He rocks the sextant gently, making fine adjustments. At the moment the sun reaches its highest point, its meridian passage, he notes the angle. He calls out the reading. A midshipman records it. The master takes the reading below to his one. He opens his tables, thick books of astronomical data. He works through the calculations, subtracting and adding angles, correcting for various factors. After several minutes of work, he has the ship's latitude. He marks it on the chart. Longitude is more difficult. Longitude requires knowing the precise time. If you know what time it is at a reference location, say Greenwich in England, and you know what time it is at your current location, based on the sun's position, the difference tells you how far east or west you are from the reference location. But keeping accurate time at sea was nearly impossible until the development of the marine chronometer in the late 18th century. Before chronometers, navigators estimated longitude through a method called lunar distances, which involved measuring the angle between the moon and certain stars and performing complex calculations. The method worked, but required exceptional skill and clear skies. HMS Victory, built in the 1760s and serving into the early 1800s, would have had access to chronometers during her later service. These precision clocks, spring-driven and carefully compensated for temperature changes, kept time accurately enough for navigation. The chronometer is kept in the master's cabin, protected from shocks and temperature extremes. It is wound daily at the same time. Its time is checked regularly against celestial observations. With latitude and longitude determined, the navigator marks the ship's position on the chart. Charts are hand-drawn maps of the ocean, coasties, harbors. They show depths, rocks, shoals, currents. The charts are based on centuries of accumulated observations by countless navigators. Each voyage adds to the knowledge. Each navigator makes corrections to his charts based on his own observations. Piloting, navigating near the coast, requires different skills. Here, the navigator uses visible landmarks, headlands, lighthouses, church steeples, distinctive hills. He takes bearings, measuring the angle from the ship to various landmarks. By plotting these bearings on the chart, he determines the ship's position through triangulation. The navigator also uses a lead line to measure depth. The lead line is a long rope with a lead weight at the end. Marks on the rope indicate the depth in fathoms. A fathom is 6 feet, roughly the span of a man's outstretched arms. The leadsman swings the lead and casts it forward. The lead sinks. When it hits bottom, the leadsman calls out the depth. The bottom of the lead weight has a hollow filled with aloe sticky grease. When the lead hits the bottom, sand, mud, shells, or pebbles stick to the tallow. This tells the navigator what kind of bottom it is. The charts note the type of bottom in different areas. This information helps confirm the ship's position. In fog or darkness near the coast, navigation becomes extremely dangerous. The navigator relies on soundings, the measured depths, and dead reckoning. He proceeds cautiously. Lookouts are doubled. The ship moves slowly. Running aground is a constant fear. A ship that goes aground can be wrecked, pounded to pieces by waves. Seamanship is the practical knowledge of handling the ship. It encompasses sail handling, rope work, maintenance, and the 1,000 small skills that keep a ship safe and efficient. Seamanship is learned through experience, passed from older sailors to younger, through demonstration and practice. A good seaman can hand, reef, and steer. Hand means to furl sails. Reef means to reduce the area of sails in heavy weather. Steer means to control the ship's direction. These 3 skills are fundamental. A sailor who can perform them reliably is valuable. But seamanship goes far beyond these basics. It includes knowing when to shorten sail before a squall hits, recognizing the signs of changing weather, understanding how the ship handles under different conditions, knowing which ropes control which functions, being able to work aloft in any weather, thinking ahead to anticipate what will be needed next. The best seamen develop an instinct for the ship. They feel how she moves. They hear changes in the sound of the rigging. They notice small things that others miss. This intuitive understanding can prevent accidents and save lives. The officers rely on these experienced seamen. They are often appointed as petty officers, bosun's mates, or quartermasters, positions of responsibility. The weather is the constant opponent and ally. A favorable wind allows the ship to make good progress. A contrary wind forces the ship to tack, zigzagging to make progress against the wind. Calms leave the ship motionless, drifting. Storms threaten to dismast the ship or drive it onto rocks. Reading the weather requires observing the sky, the clouds, the wind, the sea state, the barometer. Certain cloud formations signal approaching storms. A falling barometer indicates worsening weather. A change in wind direction might mean a weather system is moving through. The experienced sailor watches for these signs constantly. HMS Victory, like all sailing warships, is a creature of the wind. Her ability to fulfill her mission depends on being in the right place at the right time, which depends on weather and navigation. The navigator and the captain work together, planning routes, timing departures, trying to use favorable winds and avoid contrary ones. Sometimes they succeed. Sometimes the weather has other plans. The sea is powerful and unpredictable, and human plans must accommodate it. The year is 1805. HMS Victory has been in service for 40 years. She has seen many actions, carried many admirals. Now, she is the flagship of Vice Admiral Lord Nelson, the most celebrated naval commander in Britain. The ship is anchored at Spithead, preparing for what will become her most famous voyage. Nelson comes aboard in September. He is a small man, thin, with only one arm. His right arm was lost years ago in battle. He has lost most of the sight in one eye as well. His uniform is worn and comfortable. He moves with energy despite his injuries. The crew recognizes him immediately. Nelson is a legend. The mission is to find and engage the combined French and Spanish fleet. These enemy fleets have been threatening British interests, and the Admiralty wants them destroyed. Nelson's fleet, over 24 ships of the line, will seek out the enemy and force a decisive battle. Victory will be at the center of the action. The ship prepares for sea. Stores are loaded, water casks filled, powder and shot brought aboard in enormous quantities. The crew works day and night. The pace is urgent. The enemy is out there somewhere, and every day matters. On September 14th, the fleet sails from Portsmouth. Victory leads. The wind is favorable. The ships spread their sails and move out into the English Channel. You stand on the deck, watching the English coast recede. The white cliffs fade into the distance. The open sea stretches ahead. The fleet sails south toward Spain. The days pass in routine. Watch follows watch. Sails are adjusted for the changing winds. Lookouts scan the horizon for any sign of the enemy. The ships maintain formation, a disciplined line spread across miles of ocean. Nelson is everywhere on the ship. He walks the decks, talking with officers and sailors. He inspects the guns, the rigging, the stores. He is approachable, friendly, interested in the men's welfare. Yet there is no question of his authority. When he gives an order, it is obeyed instantly. The men would follow him anywhere. In his cabin, Nelson works on his battle plan. He has a new approach to naval warfare. Traditionally, fleets fight in parallel lines, each ship engaging its opposite number. Nelson plans to attack in 2 columns, breaking through the enemy line at 2 points, creating confusion. It is a bold plan, risky, but potentially devastating. He calls his captains aboard for a conference. In the great cabin around the table, the captains listen as Nelson explains his plan. He uses his hands to demonstrate, moving them like ships. He speaks with passion and clarity. The captains ask questions. Nelson answers. By the end of the meeting, every captain understands his role. They leave inspired, ready for battle. The fleet reaches the waters off Cape Trafalgar on the Spanish coast. Scouting frigates report that the combined enemy fleet is in Cadiz harbor. Nelson establishes a blockade, staying far enough offshore that the enemy cannot see his strength. He waits. Days pass. The waiting is hard. The men are ready, eager even, to get the battle over with. On October 19th, the enemy fleet begins to emerge from Cadiz. 33 ships of the line, French and Spanish, under the command of Admiral Villeneuve. The frigates signal this news to Nelson. The enemy is coming out. Battle is imminent. Nelson orders his fleet to prepare. The ships clear for action. This means removing any unnecessary items from the decks and below. Furniture is taken out of cabins and stowed in the hold. Partitions are taken down. The ship becomes an open fighting platform. guns on every deck ready for action. The galley fires are extinguished to prevent fire from spreading during battle. No hot food will be available until after the action. The men eat a cold meal, biscuit and cheese, knowing it might be their last. Some write letters home to be sent if they survive. Some pray. Some joke and laugh, covering their fear with bravado. The hammocks are brought up and stowed in the nettings. Additional boarding nets are rigged. These are thick rope nets suspended above the deck to prevent enemy sailors from boarding. Pikes and cutlasses are distributed, weapons for close combat if the enemy gets alongside. The Marines load their muskets and fix bayonets. The guns are prepared. Each gun is loaded with powder and shot. Extra cartridges are positioned near each gun. Shot is piled on deck. The gunner inspects every gun, every cartridge, every piece of equipment. Nothing can be left to chance. The surgeon sets up his operating table on the orlop deck. He lays out his instruments. Buckets of water and sand are positioned. Water for washing and sand for absorbing blood. He tries not to think about what the next hours will bring. Nelson goes through the ship, visiting every deck. He speaks to the men, calm and confident. He tells them they are the finest crew in the Navy. He tells them that England expects every man will do his duty. This phrase will be signaled to the fleet before battle. The men cheer. They are ready. Night falls on October 20th. The two fleets are in sight of each other, but do not engage. They maneuver through the night, preparing for the morning. The wind is light. The ships move slowly. The men sleep at their guns, ready to spring into action at any moment. October 21st. Dawns gray and calm. A light wind blows from the west. The enemy fleet is visible. A long line of ships spread across the horizon. They are sailing north in no particular order, not a neat formation. Nelson's fleet is behind them, approaching from the west in two columns as planned. The columns are led by Victory in the northern column and Royal Sovereign in the southern column. The ships follow their leaders, each captain knowing his role. The approach is slow. The wind is light. It will take hours to reach the enemy line. The waiting is agonizing. The men stand at their guns. Officers pace the decks. The Marines line the rails. Everyone watches the enemy ships grow larger. You can see individual sails now, then individual gun ports, then men moving on the enemy decks. The distance closes gradually. The enemy opens fire first. At about noon, the leading French ships begin to shoot at Victory. The range is still long. The shots fall short, splashing into the sea. The men at Victory's guns watch, but do not respond. They are under orders to hold fire until close range. It is hard to stand under fire and not shoot back. But discipline holds. A shot strikes the water near Victory's bow, sending up a plume of spray. Another shot passes overhead, with a sound like tearing canvas. The shots come faster. The enemy is finding the range. A ball smashes through the side, crashing across the deck. Men fall. The first casualties. But still, Victory does not fire. Nelson walks the quarterdeck with his captain, Thomas Hardy. They are exposed here. Visible targets. Officers suggest that Nelson should go below, or at least remove his decorations, which make him conspicuous. Nelson refuses. He will not hide. He will stand here where his men can see him. Victory closes on the enemy line. The target is the French flagship Bucentaure. Victory will break through the line just behind Bucentaure, raking her stern with a devastating broadside. The plan is clear. The execution will be violent. The enemy fire intensifies as HMS Victory approaches the French line. Shots are striking the ship now with regularity. A ball smashes through the rail, sending splinters flying. Another ball takes down a Marine, cutting him in half. The body is quickly dragged aside. There is no time for ceremony. The remaining Marines close ranks, faces set, muskets ready. The mizzenmast is hit. The shot goes through cleanly, leaving a hole. The mast still stands, but it is weakened. The wheel is hit next. The wheel itself is smashed, making steering difficult. Men go below to rig emergency steering, with ropes attached directly to the tiller. The ship must remain under control. Nelson continues to pace the quarterdeck. Hardy walks beside him. They speak calmly, as if this were a normal afternoon. Around them, the ship is being battered. Men are dying. But the two officers maintain their composure. Their calm steadies the crew. If the admiral is not afraid, why should they be? A shot strikes the deck between Nelson and Hardy. It bounces and kills 8 Marines standing nearby. The shot is still moving fast enough to kill after bouncing. Hardy's foot is bruised by a splinter. Nelson turns to him. "This is too warm work to last long, Hardy." His voice is matter-of-fact. Victory is almost at the enemy line now. You can see the stern of Bucentaur ahead, her name visible in gold letters. Her stern is her weakest point, full of windows with little structural strength. A broadside into her stern will send shot the entire length of her decks, hitting everything and everyone in the way. The order is given. Fire as you bear. The guns are ready. Each gun captain watches his target. As the ship's angle brings his gun to bear on the enemy, he fires. The guns fire in sequence, a rolling broadside that starts at the bow and runs aft. The effect on Bucentaur is catastrophic. The windows of her stern shatter. Shot tears through her interior. Men are swept away. Guns are overturned. The entire stern structure is wrecked. In seconds, Bucentaur is crippled. Her command structure disrupted. Her crew stunned. Victory passes through the enemy line, breaking through between Bucentaur and the ship behind her. Now Victory is inside the enemy line, surrounded by enemy ships. But so is the rest of Nelson's column, following Victory through the gap. The neat enemy line is broken. The battle becomes a swirling melee. Victory engages the next ship, the French Redoutable. The two ships drift together, their sides grinding. They are so close that the guns cannot be aimed. They simply fire into each other at point-blank range. Each blast sends shot through the enemy hull, smashing everything inside. The gun crews work frantically. Load, run out, fire. Load, run out, fire. The heat is intense. The smoke is choking. You cannot see more than a few feet. You work by feel and instinct. The gun recoils. You sponge the barrel. The next cartridge goes in. The shot follows. Run the gun out. Fire. Again and again. The casualties mount. Men are hit by enemy shot. Some die instantly. Some are wounded, screaming. The walking wounded drag the seriously wounded down to the surgeon. The dead are left where they fall for now. There is no time to move them. The guns must keep firing. On the quarterdeck, Nelson is hit. A musket ball fired from the rigging of Redoutable strikes him in the shoulder. The ball penetrates deep, going through his spine. Nelson falls to the deck. Hardy rushes to him. "They have done for me at last, Hardy," Nelson says. He is conscious, but knows the wound is mortal. Men carry Nelson below to the surgeon. The surgeon examines the wound and knows immediately that it is fatal. The ball has severed the spine. There is nothing he can do. Nelson is laid on a pallet in a corner. Hardy is called back to the quarterdeck. The ship still needs him. Nelson is left with the surgeon and the chaplain, dying among the wounded and dying of his crew. Above, the battle continues. Victory is locked with Redoutable. The French try to board, but the Marines and sailors drive them back. Musket fire sweeps the decks. Men fall. The two ships rock together, their yards tangled. It is impossible to break apart. Another British ship, Temeraire, comes alongside Redoutable on the other side. Now the French ship is sandwiched between two British ships. She is battered from both sides. Her guns fall silent one by one. Her crew is decimated. Finally, she strikes her colors, surrendering. Victory is free now, but heavily damaged. The foremast is hit and totters. The mainmast has multiple shots through it. The rigging is cut to pieces. The hull is holed in dozens of places. The deck is slippery with blood. But the ship is still fighting. The guns that still can are still firing. All around, the battle rages. British ships have broken through the enemy line in two places. The orderly lines have dissolved into individual ship duels. British ships engage French and Spanish ships at close range. The smoke is so thick that ships appear and disappear like ghosts. The British gunnery is superior. The British crews fire faster and more accurately. The steady pounding tells. French and Spanish ships begin to surrender. One after another, their flags come down. Their guns stop firing. British prize crews go aboard to take possession. Below in Victory, Nelson is fading. He has been conscious, asking repeatedly about the progress of the battle. Hardy comes down when he can be spared from the deck. He tells Nelson that the battle is won. 14 or 15 enemy ships have struck. Nelson is satisfied. "I have done my duty," he says. He dies at about 4:30 in the afternoon. Above, the battle is ending. The British have won decisively. Nearly 2/3 of the enemy fleet has been captured or destroyed. The British have lost no ships. It is a complete victory, but the cost has been high. Nelson is dead. Nearly 500 British sailors are dead or wounded on Victory alone. Across the fleet, the casualties number in the thousands. As evening falls, the guns fall silent. The smoke clears slowly. The sea is littered with wreckage. Broken masts float in the water. Debris of all kinds drifts on the swell. The surrendered enemy ships are taken in tow by British ships. Prize crews work to repair damage enough to sail them back to Gibraltar. Victory is a wreck. Her masts are shattered. Her rigging hangs in ruins. Her hull is riddled with shot holes. But she is afloat. Her crew begins the work of making temporary repairs. The first priority is the masts. If they cannot be saved, they must be cut away before they fall and cause more damage. The carpenter and his mates inspect the masts. The foremast is beyond saving. The order is given to cut it away. Axes chop through the remaining standing rigging. The mast topples over the side with a tremendous crash. The mainmast and mizzenmast are damaged, but can be saved with reinforcements. Crews lash timbers alongside them, splinting the brakes. The dead are prepared for burial. The bodies are sewn into hammocks, each with a cannonball at the feet to weight it down. The dead are brought on deck. The chaplain reads the service. One by one, the bodies are slid over the side into the sea. The sea is the graveyard for sailors. There is no time or place for individual graves. The sea takes them all. Nelson's body is treated differently. It is placed in a cask of brandy to preserve it. The body will be taken back to England for a state funeral. Nelson, in death as in life, will not be just another sailor. He is a national hero. His body will lie in state. He will be buried in St. Paul's Cathedral with full honors. The Battle of Trafalgar is over. It is the most decisive naval victory in history. It establishes British naval supremacy for over a century. It eliminates the threat of French invasion. It ensures that Britain can maintain its blockade, slowly strangling Napoleon's empire. Victory played her part perfectly. But the cost was Nelson, the greatest admiral Britain ever produced. The day after the battle, a storm strikes. The wind races. The sea builds. The damaged ships, British and captured alike, are in no condition to face heavy weather. The crews work desperately to make repairs, to seal leaks, to rig temporary masts and rigging. But the storm is relentless. HMS Victory labors in the heavy seas. Without her foremast, she is unbalanced. The remaining masts strain under the press of shortened sails. Water pours in through the shot holes in her hull. The pumps are manned continuously. The crew works in shifts, pumping. Pumping, always pumping. The water level in the bilges must be kept down, or the ship will sink. The carpenter leads teams plugging the holes. They hammer wooden plugs into the shot holes from the outside. They nail canvas and oakum over the holes from the inside. Some holes are below the waterline and can only be reached by men hanging over the side on ropes. It is dangerous work in calm seas. In a storm, it is terrifying. But it must be done. Some of the captured prizes do not survive the storm. They are too damaged, their crews too depleted. They founder and sink, taking British prize crews down with them. Other prizes are cut loose to fend for themselves. Survival of the damaged British ships is more important than keeping captures that might sink anyway. Victory slowly makes her way toward Gibraltar. The passage takes days. Every day brings new challenges. The weather remains poor. Repairs that were made break again. New leaks spring. The masts are suspect. The rigging is makeshift. But the ship stays afloat, and that is all that matters. Gibraltar appears on the horizon. The great rock rises from the sea, unmistakable. The harbor is crowded with ships from the battle. The fleet gathers here to make proper repairs, to bury more dead, to care for the wounded. Victory limps into harbor and drops anchor. The immediate crisis is over. The ship is safe. Now begins the longer process of repair. The first task is to get the wounded ashore. Nearly 100 men from Victory are wounded, some severely. They are lowered into boats and rowed to shore. The military hospital at Gibraltar is overwhelmed with wounded from all the ships. The surgeons do what they can. Some men recover. Some die of their wounds in the days following the battle. Some lose limbs but survive. The wounded face an uncertain future. The repair work on Victory begins. The dockyard at Gibraltar has limited facilities, but they do what they can. The ship is careened, tilted on her side by shifting ballast, so that the underwater damage can be reached. Workers apply patches over the shot holes. They replace damaged planking where necessary. The hull slowly becomes watertight again. The masts are the bigger problem. The mainmast and mizzenmast are repaired as well as possible, but they are weakened. They will need to be replaced eventually. For now, reinforcements are added. The foremast, already cut away, must be completely replaced. But Gibraltar does not have suitable mast timber. A temporary jury mast cobbled together from spars and spare timbers is rigged. It is ugly but functional. The rigging is replaced throughout. Nearly all the original rigging was cut or damaged in battle. The dockyard supplies new rope. The crew works day after day, rigging the ship anew. The work is familiar. They have done it before. Shrouds and stays are set up. Running rigging is rove through blocks. Slowly, the web of ropes grows. New sails are bent on. The old sails are riddled with shot holes. Some can be patched and reused. Others are beyond repair. The sailmakers work full-time, patching, sewing, preparing sails for the ship. The work is endless. While the repairs proceed, the ship's routine returns to something like normal. The watches are kept. The deck is scrubbed. The crew returns to the familiar rhythms. But it is not quite the same. Too many familiar faces are gone. The gaps in the crew are noticeable. Every man can name friends who died in the battle. The mood is somber. The victory was great, but the cost was high. Nelson is dead. That fact overshadows everything. The men knew him. They served under him. They trusted him. Now he is gone. The brandy cask containing his body is aboard, a constant reminder. The crew treats it with reverence. It is Nelson, still among them. After 2 weeks in Gibraltar, Victory is ready to sail for England. The ship is repaired enough to make the passage. It will not be a fast passage. The jury foremast limits the ship's speed, but it is seaworthy. The voyage home can begin. The passage north is uneventful. The weather is mixed. Some good days, some poor. The ship handles adequately despite the damage. The crew works the ship with practiced skill. They have been through battle and storm. A simple passage home holds no fears for them. England appears, the familiar coast. The ship enters the English Channel. Other vessels are encountered, and news spreads. Victory is coming home. The great ship, battered but triumphant, is returning. Victory anchors at Spithead. The news of Trafalgar has preceded the ship. The nation knows of the victory and of Nelson's death. The mood is bittersweet. Joy at the victory. Grief for Nelson. Victory is at the center of both emotions. Nelson's body is taken ashore and transported to London. The funeral is planned as a grand state occasion. The nation will mourn its hero properly. Victory will be part of the story forever. The ship that carried Nelson into his last battle. The ship that won the decisive victory. But for now, Victory sits at anchor. The crew is paid off. Most of the sailors leave, returning to their homes or signing on to other ships. The ship will be refitted, repaired properly, returned to service. She has decades of service ahead. But this moment, after Trafalgar, is the peak of her fame. She will always be remembered as Nelson's flagship at Trafalgar. You stand on the deck of HMS Victory in the present day. The ship is no longer at sea. She rests in a dry dock in Portsmouth, England, preserved as a museum ship. Around you, visitors walk the decks that once ran with blood. Children climb on the guns that once roared in battle. The ship is sought now, but she speaks nonetheless. Victory is the oldest naval ship still in commission. She is over 250 years old. The wood of her hull is the same oak that was shaped in the 1760s. The structure is the same. Walk below decks, and you walk where 18th century sailors walked. Touch the beams, and you touch what they touched. The ship has been carefully maintained. Every few years, sections of planking are replaced as old wood deteriorates. The masts have been replaced multiple times over the centuries. The rigging is renewed regularly. It is like the famous thought experiment, the ship of Theseus. If you replace every part over time, is it still the same ship? For Victory, the answer is yes. The essence of the ship remains. You walk to the spot on the quarterdeck where Nelson fell. A brass plaque marks the place. The wood here is worn smooth by countless footsteps, pilgrims coming to pay respects. The quarterdeck is open to the scheming eye. Seagulls wheel overhead. You can imagine the smoke of battle, the sound of guns, the chaos of that October day. Below decks, the ship is fitted out as she was at Trafalgar. The guns are in place, run out as if ready for battle. Hammocks hang in rows. The officers' cabins are furnished with period furniture. The galley has its Brodie stove. The surgeon's dispensary displays period instruments. Everything is as authentic as research and craftsmanship can make it. The ship tells her story through these details. The cramped spaces show how the crew lived. The massive guns demonstrate the power of the ship. The complexity of the rigging shows the skill required to sail her. Victory is a teaching tool, helping modern visitors understand an era when wooden ships were the height of technology. But Victory is more than a museum. She is still a commissioned ship of the Royal Navy. She is the flagship of the First Sea Lord. This is a ceremonial position, but it maintains the connection between the historic ship and the modern Navy. Victory represents the traditions, the courage, the seamanship that built the Royal Navy's reputation. The ship receives continuous care from skilled craftsmen. The ship's company, a small crew of naval personnel and civilian workers, maintains Victory. They use traditional methods where possible. The caulking is done with oakum and pitch, just as it was originally. The rigging is natural fiber rope. The paint is mixed to historic formulas. The goal is to keep the ship as authentic as possible, while ensuring she survives for future generations. Research continues on Victory. Historians study documents, searching for details about the ship's construction and service. Archaeologists examine the structure, learning construction techniques. Each discovery adds to the understanding of how these ships were built and operated. Victory is a primary source, physical evidence of naval history. The ship also serves as a memorial. Specifically, she memorializes the sailors who served aboard her and the broader naval tradition they represent. Every year on Trafalgar Day, October 21st, a ceremony is held on board. Naval personnel, veterans, and dignitaries gather on the quarterdeck where Nelson fell. They remember the battle, the victory, the sacrifice. You go below to the orlop deck where Nelson died. The spot is marked and preserved. It is quiet here, away from the crowds above. The space is dim, just as it would have been lit only by lanterns. You can imagine the surgeon working desperately, the wounded lying on the deck, Nelson breathing his last. The history is palpable. What makes a ship like Victory important? She represents a moment in time when human ingenuity and craftsmanship combine to create something extraordinary. She is a wooden sailing ship, constructed entirely by hand using technology that had evolved over centuries. She is the culmination of generations of shipbuilding knowledge. Victory also represents the people who sailed her, the officers who commanded, the sailors who worked her, the craftsmen who built her. These people are mostly forgotten as individuals. We know Nelson and a few other famous officers, but the hundreds of common sailors who served aboard Victory are anonymous. Yet they were the ones who made the ship function. They climbed the rigging in storms. They served the guns in battle. They lived and sometimes died far from home. The ship is their memorial too. In the modern world of steel ships and computerized navigation, Victory seems impossibly primitive. How did anyone sail such a ship across oceans? How did crews navigate without GPS? How did they fight battles at close range with black powder cannons? Yet they did, routinely. The skill and courage required are almost beyond modern comprehension. Victory helps bridge that gap. She makes the past tangible. You can stand on her deck and see what an 18th century warship looked like. You can go below and understand how the crew lived. You can see the guns and imagine the battles. The ship is a time machine, not in the fictional sense, but in connecting us to our history. The ship also reminds us of the cost of war. Trafalgar was a great victory, but hundreds died. Many more were wounded. Ships were destroyed. The battle decided the fate of nations, but individual sailors paid the price. Victory bears silent witness to their sacrifice. As you prepare to leave the ship, you pause at the rail and look out over Portsmouth Harbor. Modern warships are visible, gray steel vessels bristling with electronics and weapons. They are Victory's descendants, separated by 2.5 centuries of technological change. Yet they share a common purpose with her. They defend their nation. They sail into danger when needed. The traditions Victory represents continue in these modern ships. Victory will remain here, carefully preserved, for as long as human effort can maintain her. She is too important to lose. She is a national treasure, a piece of heritage that connects the present to the past. Future generations will walk her decks and marvel, just as you do now. The story of HMS Victory is the story of the age of sail, distilled into one ship. It is a story of craftsmanship and seamanship, of courage and sacrifice, of victory bought at great cost. It is a story worth preserving. And so the ship sits in her dock, silent now, but still speaking to anyone who will listen. The ship that carried Nelson into immortality. The ship that helped shape the course of history. HMS Victory, the ship that never dies. Your eyes grow heavy as you think about the ship, the men who sailed her, the centuries of history. The wood, the rope, the canvas, the skill and the courage, the routine and the battle, the victory and the cost. All of it fading now into the comfortable darkness of sleep. The ship rests in her dock, and you rest too. Sweet dreams. Hey guys, tonight we are embarking on something special. A full 2-hour journey through the forgotten wisdom of mountain men and their profound understanding of cold. Before we begin tonight's journey, take a moment to settle yourself comfortably. Adjust your pillow. Pull your blanket a little higher. Let your shoulders drop away from your ears. We have time. All the time you need. Picture this. It is 1823. You are standing in the Rocky Mountains as the first heavy snow of November begins to fall. The temperature is dropping fast, maybe 10 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit already, and it will get much colder before dawn. You are 300 miles from the nearest settlement. You have no phone, no weather app, no heated car waiting nearby. You have a wool blanket, a knife, a rifle, and the knowledge passed down from men who survived winters that would kill most modern people within hours. The wind cuts through the pine trees with a sound like tearing fabric. Each gust carries ice crystals that sting any exposed skin. Your breath forms clouds so thick you can barely see through them. And yet, you are not afraid. You are not even particularly worried. Why? Because you understand cold in a way that we have completely forgotten. So before you get comfortable, and I mean really comfortable because we are in for the long haul, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your location and what time it is there. I see you. 3 a.m. squad. For those using this for sleep, I have designed the pacing to gradually slow over our 2 hours together. Hour 1 will keep you engaged with the fascinating knowledge these men possessed. And by hour 2, well, sweet dreams. Now dim those lights, set your sleep timer if you are wise. Maybe turn on that fan for white noise. And let us ease into tonight's marathon journey together. The mountain men of the early 1800s were not superheroes. They were not genetically different from us. They simply possessed knowledge about surviving extreme cold that took thousands of years to develop and only a few generations to forget, almost completely. This knowledge came from Native American tribes who had lived in harsh climates for millennia. It came from trial and error, from men who watched their companions die and learned from those deaths. It came from careful observation of animals, of weather patterns, of how the human body responds to temperature extremes. You see, modern humans have insulated themselves so completely from cold that we have lost the instinctive understanding our ancestors had. We moved from heated homes to heated cars to heated office. We check weather apps and dress based on numbers rather than actual environmental awareness. We buy expensive technical gear designed by engineers who have never spent a week in truly dangerous cold. And when we do venture into winter conditions, we often make mistakes that would seem absurd to a mountain man from 200 years ago. The mountain men understood something fundamental that we have forgotten. Cold is not your enemy. Cold is a condition, a reality, something to be understood and worked with, rather than simply fought against. They knew that the human body is remarkably adaptable, that with the right knowledge, you can survive temperatures that seem impossible. They understood that staying warm in extreme cold is not about having the most insulation, but about managing heat, moisture, and energy in precise ways. Tonight, we are going to explore that forgotten knowledge. We will walk through a winter with these men, learning what they knew about cold weather survival. We will discover techniques that modern science has only recently begun to understand and validate. We will see how indigenous wisdom, combined with frontier experience, created a body of knowledge that kept men alive in conditions that would kill us today. This is not just history. This is practical wisdom that you can use. Understanding how the mountain men survived extreme cold teaches us something important about human resilience, about our disconnect from natural environments, and about knowledge that we have carelessly discarded in our rush toward modern comfort. The year is 1823, and you are about to spend a winter in the Rocky Mountains. The temperature will drop to 40 below zero. There will be weeks when leaving your shelter means risking your life. There will be no rescue if things go wrong. You will survive entirely on your knowledge, your preparation, and your understanding of cold. Let us begin at the beginning, with the first lessons a greenhorn would learn from the experienced mountain men and the Native American people who taught them. These lessons often seemed strange, even backwards, to newcomers. But they worked. They kept men alive year after year, in conditions that remain deadly even with modern equipment. The first thing you learn is this: cold itself rarely kills people. What kills people is the combination of cold, moisture, wind, and exhaustion. A mountain man could survive temperatures far lower than what kills modern hikers because he understood how to manage all four factors simultaneously. He knew that staying dry was more important than staying warm. He knew that blocking wind was more effective than adding layers. He knew that maintaining energy reserves was critical because your body is your furnace. These men developed an almost supernatural ability to read cold. They could tell by the quality of the air, the behavior of animals, the appearance of clouds, exactly what kind of cold was coming and how dangerous it would be. They knew that still, dry cold at 30 below was manageable, while windy, damp cold at 20 above could kill you. They understood that different types of cold required different strategies. And they knew something else, something that modern people struggle to accept. They knew that comfort and survival are not the same thing. A mountain man was often cold, sometimes miserably cold, but he was alive. He did not expect to feel comfortable all the time. He expected to manage discomfort, to function despite it, to survive through it. This mental framework made him far more resilient than modern people who panic at the first sign of real cold. As we move through tonight's journey, you will notice the pacing sign gradually slowing. That is intentional. By the end of hour 2, my voice will have the rhythm of falling snow, steady and soft, designed to carry you gently into sleep. But for now, in this first hour, we have much to learn, many survival techniques to discover, and a winter to prepare for. So settle in, pull up your blankets, and let us travel back to a time when understanding cold was not optional, when it was the difference between life and death, when men developed knowledge that we desperately need to remember. The mountain men did not invent cold weather survival. They learned it. And their teachers were the indigenous peoples of North America, who had been perfecting these techniques for thousands of years. When white trappers first pushed into the Rocky Mountains, the Great Plains, and the northern forests, they quickly discovered that their European knowledge was inadequate. Men died from cold that Native Americans found merely uncomfortable. Expeditions failed because they did not understand basic principles that indigenous children learn before age 10. You arrive at a Shoshone winter camp in the autumn of 1822. You are a young trapper, maybe 20 years old, full of confidence from surviving winters in Pennsylvania. You think you know cold. The Shoshone elders look at your equipment and shake their heads. You have heavy wool coats, thick blankets, sturdy boots. You have everything you think you need. But you have everything wrong. The first lesson begins immediately. An elder named Tall Bear, working through a French interpreter, explains that your heavy wool coat is dangerous. You are confused. Wool is the best material for cold, you insist. Everyone knows this. Tall Bear smiles patiently. He asks you a simple question. What happens when you sweat in that coat while working? Then stop moving. You start to answer, then realize you do not actually know. You have never thought about it carefully. Tall Bear explains. When you work hard in heavy clothes, you sweat. That moisture soaks into your wool. Wool holds moisture. When you stop working, your body cools down, and that moisture becomes ice against your skin. Now your coat, instead of warming you, is freezing you. You will get colder faster than if you wore nothing at all. This is how many white men die, Tall Bear says. They freeze to death, wearing their warmest clothes. The Shoshone solution is layering, but not the kind of layering you know. They use loose, light layers that can be added or removed quickly. They wear animal hides with the fur facing their skin in some layers, facing out in others, creating air pockets that insulate without weight. They have a layer they call the breathing layer, made from soft buckskin, that allows moisture to escape while blocking wind. They change this layer frequently, drying it by the fire while wearing a spare. You watch how they dress for different activities. When they are working, building shelters, or gathering firewood, they strip down to surprisingly few layers. They look almost underdressed, but they are managing their body heat, preventing the dangerous sweat that you did not even know was dangerous. When they stop working, they immediately add layers before their bodies begin to cool. They never allow themselves to get cold. They prevent coldness before it starts. This seems like common sense once explained, but it requires constant attention and discipline. You must always be thinking ahead, anticipating temperature changes, managing your layers. The Shoshone do this automatically, without thinking, the way you might adjust your car's temperature. But for you, it is a new skill that must be learned through conscious practice. The second major lesson involves moisture from outside your body. You watch in amazement as the Shoshone set up their winter lodges. They do not simply block wind and cold. They manage moisture in ways you never imagined. Their lodges have complex ventilation systems that allow smoke and moisture to escape, while keeping cold air from creating drafts. They understand that moisture inside a shelter, even moisture from breathing, will condense and create problems. They show you how they treat their sleeping robes. Buffalo robes are dried and fluffed every single day, sometimes twice a day. You thought you could just use a robe for weeks without maintenance. Wrong. Moisture from your body accumulates in the fur. In extreme cold, this moisture becomes ice. Your sleeping robe becomes a frozen shell. The Shoshone prevent this through constant maintenance. A few minutes of work each day that seems tedious, but is actually life-saving. They teach you about ground cold, something you barely considered. The earth itself draws heat from your body. Sleeping directly on the ground, even on top of blankets, will slowly kill you in extreme cold. The Shoshone create elaborate ground insulation using layers of pine boughs, then grass, then hides. They build a nest that suspends you above the ground cold. The difference in warmth is dramatic. You sleep on a Shoshone bed one night and realize you have never actually been warm while camping before. Tall Bear shares knowledge about breath in extreme cold. When the temperature drops far below zero, your breath contains enough moisture to be dangerous. If you cover your face completely, that breath moisture will freeze against the fabric, creating an icy mask that actually makes you colder. The Shoshone use loose face coverings that allow breath to escape while still protecting against wind. They adjust these constantly based on activity level and temperature. You learn about the danger of touching metal or stone in extreme cold. The Shoshone wrap all their tools and weapons. They never touch bare metal with bare skin. They explain that metal draws heat from your body so quickly it can cause instant frostbite. Stone is almost as dangerous. You remember casually handling your rifle in cold weather and realize how close you came to serious injury. The indigenous knowledge extends to every aspect of winter life. They teach you how to walk in deep snow without exhausting yourself. They show you how to read animal behavior, to predict weather changes. They explain which trees provide the best firewood in extreme cold, which plants remain edible under snow, how to find water when everything is frozen solid, how to navigate when landmarks disappear under snow, how to build emergency shelters in minutes using only natural materials. But perhaps the most important lesson is about mindset. The Shoshone do not fear winter. They respect it, prepare for it, work with it. They see cold as a season with its own gifts, not as an enemy to be fought. This mental framework makes them calmer, more effective, better at making good decisions under stress. Fear makes you stupid, Tall Bear explains. Respect makes you smart. You spend 3 months with this Shoshone band, learning constantly. By spring, you move differently, think differently, relate to cold differently. You have absorbed knowledge accumulated over thousands of years. You have become something more than a white trapper with European knowledge. You have become a hybrid, carrying indigenous wisdom that will keep you alive and that you will pass on to other mountain men. This transfer of knowledge from Native Americans to white trappers created the mountain man culture. These men were not purely European in their techniques. They were students of indigenous masters, adapting and combining knowledge systems. The best mountain men were those who learned most completely from native teachers, who abandoned European assumptions and embraced techniques developed over millennia in North American climates. As you leave the Shoshone camp that spring, Tall Bear gives you a final piece of advice. He says that knowledge without practice is useless. You must use these techniques constantly, not just in emergencies. You must make them habits, reflexes, things you do without thinking. Only then will they save your life when you are too tired or cold or scared to think clearly. You carry this wisdom into the mountains, and it becomes the foundation of everything you know about surviving cold. The fur trade of the early 1800s drove men into winter conditions that tested every limit of human endurance. You are now a full-time trapper, working for one of the big fur companies, maybe the Rocky Mountain Fur Company or the American Fur Company. Your job is simple. Go into the mountains during the coldest months, when fur is thickest and most valuable, and trap beaver. This means spending December through March in conditions where the temperature regularly drops to 20 or 30 below zero, sometimes colder. The economic logic of winter trapping is brutal and clear. Beaver fur is worthless in summer, when the animals have thin coats. It only has value when trapped in deep winter, after the animals have grown their thick, cold weather pelts. So trappers must work in the worst possible conditions to harvest the most valuable furs. This economic pressure pushed men to develop survival techniques far beyond what most people would ever need. You are camped in a small valley in what will someday be Montana. It is January of 1825. The temperature has not risen above zero for 2 weeks. You and your partner, a man named Black Harris, who learned from the Crow people, are tending a trap line that extends 15 miles along a frozen creek. Each trap must be checked daily because a beaver frozen in a trap will be eaten by wolves or wolverines overnight. The daily routine reveals the precise knowledge required to survive. You wake in absolute darkness. In deep winter this far north, sunrise comes late. The temperature inside your shelter, even with the fire kept going all night, is maybe 15 degrees. Outside, it is 30 below. You do not jump up and rush out. That would be deadly, Slee. Instead, you and Harris follow a careful sequence developed through years of trial and error. First, you build up the fire. Not a roaring fire, but a steady, hot fire, using the densest wood you have saved for mornings. While the shelter warms slightly, you dress in your layers. This takes 15 minutes. Each layer must be checked for moisture, for damage. Your inner layer, soft buckskin that sits against your skin, was dried by the fire during the night, while you slept wrapped in your buffalo sweat. You put it on, checking that all seams are intact. Then your middle layer, slightly heavier buckskin with the hair turned in. Then your outer layer, a combination of fur and hide that blocks wind. Harris taught you to warm each layer by the fire before putting it on. Cold clothing pulls heat from your body. Warm clothing holds the heat you already have. This small detail, taking 2 minutes to warm each piece before dressing, makes a huge difference in how much energy your body must burn to maintain temperature. You eat before going outside. Not a small meal, but a massive meal. Dried buffalo meat, pemmican, rendered fat. You consume maybe 3,000 calories in 30 minutes. Harris explained that your body is a furnace, and in extreme cold, that furnace needs constant fuel. The mountain men understood something that modern nutritionists confirm. In extreme cold, your body can burn 8 or 10,000 calories per day, just maintaining temperature. If you do not eat enough, you start burning your own body tissue for fuel. You become weak, clumsy, unable to think clearly. Then you die. Before stepping outside, you and Harris discuss the day's plan. This conversation is not casual. You review every aspect of the trapline route. You identify exactly where you will stop to warm up, where you can build emergency fire, where the dangers are. You agree on contingency plans. If one of you does not return by dark, the other will wait until first light, then follow the trapline. You have had this conversation every morning for 2 months, and it has saved both your lives multiple times. You step outside into darkness so complete, you can barely see your hand in front of your face. The cold hits like a physical blow. Your lungs feel like they are being scraped with ice. Every breath requires conscious thought. You have wrapped your face loosely, leaving your nose and mouth partly exposed, just as Tall Bear taught you. The air is so cold that you can hear it, a subtle crackling sound, as moisture in your breath freezes instantly into tiny ice crystals. You and Harris walk to the first trap, about half a mile away. You walk steadily but not quickly. Rushing makes you sweat. You adjust your layers after 5 minutes, removing your outer coat and carrying it. Harris does the same. To an observer, you would look insane, walking in 30 below weather without your warmest layer. But you are managing heat and moisture, preventing the deadly combination of sweat and cold. The trapline work is precise and dangerous. You must kneel on the ice, Reach into freezing water. Handle metal traps with your bare hands. But you do not actually use your bare hand. You use a technique that seems impossible to modern people. You keep your hands wrapped in fur mittens over thin leather gloves. When you need to handle something, you pull your hand out of the mitten, but keep it in the glove. You work as quickly as possible, maybe 15 seconds, then plunge your hand back into the mitten. Your hand never gets truly cold because the exposure is so brief. This technique requires practice and discipline. A modern person would panic, would fumble, would take too long. Harris spent 2 weeks teaching you how to do simple tasks with gloved hands quickly enough that brief exposure does not cause frostbite. You learn to reset a trap in 12 seconds. You learn to skin a beaver in under a minute. Speed is survival in extreme cold. By mid-morning, you have checked 6 traps. You have caught 2 beavers. Your feet are still functional. Your feet are cold, but not dangerously so. You and Harris stop at a predetermined location, a small grove of dead standing timber that provides windbreak. You build a fire in 4 minutes. Not a big fire, just enough to warm your core and dry any moisture in your clothes. You eat more pemmican, drink water melted from snow. You rest for 20 minutes, then continue. The afternoon proceeds the same way. Check traps, catch or not catch beaver. Keep moving, stay aware. You watch for signs of weather changes. You monitor your energy levels and Harris's. By the time you return to camp, you have walked 20 miles in deep snow, handled freezing water dozens of times, skinned 4 beavers, reset every tree. You are exhausted, but not dangerously so. The evening routine is as precise as the morning routine. You remove your outer layers immediately, hanging them where air can circulate. You change your inner layer, putting on your dry spare, while hanging the damp one near the fire. You and Harris cook a huge meal, eating until you are almost uncomfortable. Then you maintain your equipment, sharpening knives, repairing torn clothing, preparing tomorrow's supplies. This maintenance never stops. Equipment failure in extreme cold means death. Harris tells stories as you work. This is how knowledge transfers between mountain men. He talks about men he knew who died, explaining exactly what mistakes they made. He talks about near-death experiences, describing how he survived. These stories are not entertainment. They are education, passed from survivor to survivor, building a body of knowledge about cold weather survival. You learn about a trapper named Hugh Glass, who fell through ice, got soaked to the waist, and survived by immediately stripping naked, wringing out his clothes, and using his fire-starting kit to build a massive fire. You hear about men who died because they tried to push through exhaustion, who failed to eat enough, who underestimated a coming storm. Each story contains a lesson, a piece of knowledge purchased with someone's life. This is the reality of the fur trade. Men lived or died based on their understanding of cold. Companies lost entire brigades sometimes because they hired inexperienced men or pushed into regions where no one knew the local conditions. The men who survived, who prospered, were those who learned fastest and most completely. They became walking libraries of cold weather knowledge, and other men sought them out, paid them, learned from them. The mountain men did not write books about their knowledge. They lived it, shared it orally, passed it through demonstration and story. Much of this knowledge died with them, but enough survived, recorded in journals and remembered in stories, that we can reconstruct what they understood about surviving extreme cold. The mountain men understood the human body as a heat generator, and they managed that heat with scientific precision. They did not think of it as science, of course. They thought of it as common sense, obvious reality. But their techniques align perfectly with what modern physiology tells us about thermoregulation, metabolism, and heat transfer. They figured out through experience what scientists would later prove in laboratories. You are learning body heat management from a grizzled trapper named Jedediah Smith, one of the most skilled mountain men of the era. Smith survived impossible situations through his deep understanding of how the human body responds to heat. He teaches you that your body is constantly making choices about where to send blood, where to preserve heat, what to sacrifice to protect your core. Smith explains the concept this way. Your body has 3 zones. The core, which includes your vital organs and must be protected at all costs. The middle zone, which includes your arms, legs, and major muscles. And the outer zone, which includes your hands, feet, and skin. In extreme cold, your body will sacrifice the outer zone to protect the core.